Welcome to the March 14th Board of Supervisors meeting for Lake County. We will call this meeting to order. Does anyone have a moment of silence this morning? No? Yes.
I do. Not going to name names, but we did have another unfortunate loss of life through homicide in the city of Clear Lake. There's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of anger that we see exhibited. I've spoken about it before, about what we see out on our roads and the way that people drive as well. Find someone to talk to. Find help. We talk about it almost every day here in our board rooms of where you can find some of that help. But we need to think about how to change our behaviors and how to respect other people's lives in a better way. And I'd like to hold that person's family and friends and our community because it's a scary thing to happen when it's especially when it's nearby in your area. It definitely feels like a violation, a little too close to home. So if we can hold all our communities in our prayers and thoughts today, that would be great.
Director Metcalf, do you want to lead us in the pledge?
Yes. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have some extra items to consider. Who wants 4.1? Oh, right. Okay, the extra item, consideration of extra agenda item A and B, consideration of resolution authorizing the permanent local housing plan for Collier's Avenue apartment project. So if someone wants to come up and speak on why this would be considered an extra item?
Should I just be right here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hello. Okay, so this is in regards, obviously, to the Collier Avenue housing project. The board had previously passed a resolution for the PLHA program in 2022, and the Housing and Urban Development Commission has requested some modifications to that resolution, specifically to capture within the resolution all of the funding for the program and not just that funding allocated to Collier Avenue, which is the first 2 years of program funding. And so that is the change that has occurred. And as your board is aware, there is certainly some timeline issues with regard to this. It does not affect closing, but it is imperative to have the resolution passed as soon as possible to ensure an expeditious processing of our application with HCD.
Okay, and your name?
I'm sorry. My name is Elise Jones, Deputy Director of Behavioral Health Services. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
I do have a quick question. Thank you for that brief summary. If you can give us a specific deadline date, because I think that for an extra item, we need to make sure that it's not possible for us to wait till the next agenda, or else it doesn't meet the criteria for us to make it an extra item. If you have that deadline that's prior to the next agenda, then it's easy for us to put that as an extra item.
Yes, my understanding is that because Collier is set to close, I think, today, that they were hopeful it would be completed by the end of the week so as not to delay the processing of the application since the loan is closing today. So therefore, a board meeting next week or thereafter would potentially delay the project and cause issues.
Okay.
Any other comments? Any comments from the public?
I see none on
Yeah,
Zoom. Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve this as an extra item, as it would appear that this is needed to have a solution right away prior to waiting for the next agenda item.
Second. Oh, yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our second extra item, which is 4.2. Consideration of an extra agenda item A and B, consideration of the AEM Airborne Electromagnetic Survey of Lake County's Groundwater Basin Project as a community project funding priority. C, consideration of a resolution affirming the AEM Airborne Electromagnetic Survey of Lake County's Groundwater Basin Project as among Lake County's highest community project funding priorities.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Marina Delajanis, Deputy Water Resources Director. I am bringing this item forward as an extra agenda item, just because this item, staff of Water Resources, they were approached by the Congressman's office on Friday, this past Friday, for this funding request possibility. This item, the AEM study, as we share with the acronym, the Airborne Electromagnetic Survey, was approved by the Blue Ribbon Committee, and this project was submitted by the Blue Ribbon Committee, although there is no funding in the governor's office when it was approved by the Blue Ribbon Committee. So we're bringing this item for the discussion during the community project funding priorities as consideration from the Board of Supervisors. And as we are well aware, all of these projects that are proposed have to be submitted to the office of the Congressman by March 19th. Therefore, that's why we are adding this, requesting this as an extra item today.
Anything from the board? Is that a yes? Supervisor Spatier?
Yeah, I just, rather than adding it as an extra item, I'd like to blend it into 6.8. That way it's all one discussion about all the projects and not two separate items, please.
Anyone else? Anyone from the public? Not seeing anybody in the Zoom room. Bring it back. I agree if we can add it to 6.8, that would be better for our conversation.
Madam Chair, I move to approve this extra item as there needs to be a response prior to the next posting of the agenda and blend it in with item 6.8.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes, and we will look at our third. And we have a third? No, okay, never mind. Okay, next on our agenda is approval of consent. Anything that anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda?
I did tell Director Metcalf I'd pull every single one of his items from the,
Just to finish.
just because it's the principle of it, but today I'm going to let it be. The items are good.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Anything from the public? Okay, no one in the Zoom room? Okay, bring it back to the board.
Move we approve the consent agenda as posted.
Second. Oh,
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, moving on to our timed items. Item 6.1, 906, public input. We do have someone from the public that would like to come up and speak. Come up, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Joan Moss. I am reading from a peremptory mandate by Judge David Markham concerning CV 421192. He writes, should the county determine to approve the project, then following its action, it shall return to this court to seek a determination that it has complied with this court's judgment and writ. It's a peremptory mandate. It's public record. I broadcast this writ of mandate on channel Public Access TV8 months ago. Does this mandate mean that Judge David Markham of our Superior Court and the public get to hear the settlement details of CV 421152? I'm sending this also to the Attorney General. I believe it needs to be reviewed by David Markham. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I attached the writ to this. You have a copy of my statement and of the writ. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Public comment or input? And I'm not seeing any hands up in the Zoom room. So I will close public input, and we will move on to our 6.2 item, 9:07 a.m., presentation of proclamation commending Operation Tango Mike for 20 years of support for military personnel and their families.
So I asked Supervisor Sabatier to come up and assist me on this, as he did a lot of work in putting this together. We tackled it together with, of course, Jenny. And so I'm glad that he can be up here with us. And we're going to conduct a proclamation for commending Operation Tango Mike for 20 years of support for military personnel and their families. And I wanted to invite everybody that is here on behalf of this item to come up. Jenny, and anyone else that feels that they want to be up here, it would be ideal. You can tell people to come up if you'd like. All right. And so first off, I want to thank you for all the work you do on this. I enjoy coming to the parties, packing parties. I too know how it feels to receive these packages. And even if the soldier doesn't receive or accept what's given to him, he puts it in another bowl or another crate or something, so other soldiers can come and grab it if they're missing that type of item. So it's not only for the soldiers in the unit, it's for everyone in their whole living arrangement and unit. So these are so vital to morale. They're vital to knowing they can come back home one day and they have that hope, rather than just kind of being in the situation. When you're deployed, you're doing guard duty, you're doing ammo duty, you're in this 24-hour mechanism. You probably get 3 or 4 hours sleep. And so not only is the morale low, but things like this are what give soldiers hope. So again, thank you for that. So I'll read the proclamation. Whereas Operation Tango Mike has supported deployed military personnel throughout Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation New Dawn, Operation Onward Liberty, Operation Odyssey Lightning, Operation Inherent Resolve, Operation Freedom's Sentinel, and Operation Allies Refuge. And whereas Operation Tango Mike has shipped more than 25,000 care packages to deployed personnel and assisted multitudes of military families. And whereas Operation Tango Mike coordinates annual collection and distribution of Christmas gifts and school supplies for military families. Whereas Operation Tango Mike has coordinated and hosted many welcome home celebrations and ceremonies for returning troops. And whereas Operation Tango Mike has assisted in honoring 3 of Lake County's fallen heroes in the global war on terror. And whereas the Secretary of Defense has recognized families and community members as the power behind the power. And whereas Operation Tango Mike fills a crucial role in supporting family members and loved ones of our armed forces and provides a compassionate community and incalculable moral support to families and loved ones. And whereas Operation Tango Mike will mark 20 years of unwavering support for military personnel and families on March 16th, 2023. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend and express its gratitude to Operation Tango Mike for their commitment, dedication, and invaluable service to military personnel and their families. Signed, Chair of the Board, Jessica Paiska. And so I will honor you. And so this year, the county, Supervisor Sabatier and staff have worked on a plaque for Operation Tango Mike. And so I wanted to present this to you as well.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that very much. Over here, EJ. Oh, you guys sent me up here alone.
Now we're going to do it the other way.
Well, I think, do we have the other one, or is that, did you want to?
The other one?
Yes. Go ahead.
So we wanted to do more than just give something to Jenny for all of her hard work. We want to make sure that there's a legacy to be remembered. So we also made another plaque. This one you're not going home with. We will be posting this in our lobby right next to our active duty soldiers to recognize all of her efforts in supporting our active duty soldiers out in the battlefield. This is something that you've been doing for 20 years, which is a very long time to volunteer and do this level of work. There's a reason why your fundraising works. You have a support base in this community that is enormous because the work you do is so important and has such great impact. So we can't thank you enough. It is an honor to know you, and it's an honor to have you in our community.
Thank you. I appreciate this very much, and if any of you have ever been a volunteer with anything, you certainly know that it's not one person that does it. It's everybody that does it. It's our community, it's our volunteers, it's the people that support our fundraisers, and no man or woman is an island. It takes a team effort, and thank you to all of you that are here today. I appreciate your support and your service, and to every veteran in this room, thank you for my freedoms. I appreciate you so much. God bless America, and God bless our troops.
Can you get the other plaque and somebody hold that?
I just put it away neatly.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Where do you want me?
Michael, I'm going to try to get you out here. Oh, great. Thank you, Jessica.
America's Most Wanted.
All right, one more. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny. Do we have any public input on this item? You want to come up to the microphone? You can state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, my name is Brian Dabrowski, and I'd like to tell a little bit of a story about what Operation Tango Mike has done for me as a soldier when I was deployed, not once but twice. More importantly, back in 2011, I was deployed with the 1st Cavalry Division out to Iraq down for the pullout when we were exiting that area of operation. Operation Tango Mike had sent us care packages which included food and hygiene items, and letters and stuff for morale purposes, and it was very helpful. Some might not know that in some places over there in Iraq, we received a whole lot more attacks and all kinds of stuff that made getting some of those supplies very difficult. You really don't realize how much you appreciate toothpaste or deodorant or even top ramen. when you're told by the president that you need to shut down your DFAC 2 months before you're actually able to leave that area. And then they expect you to live off of breakfast chow and then they give you a first strike MRE that's supposed to last you dinner and lunch. It's hardly enough, especially when the temperature out there is between 120 and 130 degrees. And you're out there working your tail off to get home. Meanwhile, you're getting indirect fire 2-3 times a day. And you're living with the thought of, oh my God, I'm not coming home. Because of the lack of hygiene items and food that we were able to get to keep our energy going, to keep us actually working and getting able to come home, Operation Tango Mike had sent us enough in their care packages to share amongst ourselves over there in Iraq. This is an impact that was made just on one person. They've sent over 25,000 care packages. So think of how many soldiers' lives and, morale that they have lifted from these care packages. It's a very important thing for them to do, and it's a wonderful service they do for our community, not just here locally, but for our troops as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Do we have anybody else in the room that would like to speak? I'm not seeing any hands in the Zoom room, so I'll bring it back to the board.
I do want to add two more things. One, just to support that comment made by Mr. Dabrowski. Jenny Craven told me that she and Operation Tango Mike have provided support to over 100,000 troops. That is an enormous number. Absolutely amazing. And secondly, we had the honor team here not too long ago, and recognizing them, made a promise to the honor team that we would get a picture and their proclamation posted in our lobby as well. That will be done by the end of the week. We have received everything we needed. And so just wanted to make sure that they were aware that they will also be posted along with the plaque that we just shared with you today, just to kind of keep adding stuff to that wall to ensure that we recognize those that need to be recognized. There's a lot happening around here to support our veterans and our troops. We want to make sure to not ignore those things.
Thank you. Anyone else from the board?
Yeah, I just want to say to everybody in the room, and obviously all veterans, thank you for your service. And Brian, thank you for getting up and saying those words. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for all the years. Thank you for coming every year and being such a reminder for everyone in our county. And thank you for coming, Brian. I also just want to remind everyone that it is Girl Scout cookie season. And no, I'm going somewhere with this. You can donate boxes when you see the scouts out there. You're always welcome to spend the money, which purchases a box. Depending on which troop, a lot of them do go to Tango Mike. And at the end of the year, the leftover boxes, this is my first year not being a leader in a long time, but our Lake County unit sends the leftover boxes typically to Tango Mike to add to the packages. So that's another way that you can help support both the girls who are learning service and the veterans that are out there. So thank you so much for bringing this, both of you. Okay, is anything else? Okay, we will move on to our next item. 6.3, our 908 item, presentation of proclamation designating the month of March 2023 as March for Meals Month.
Do you have anybody online?
Here you go. I will check.
Hello. Anyone from the senior centers here today? Oh, yeah.
them, but I don't know if they're coming.
Okay. Do you know the Middletown Senior Center said they might be online, Lori toured them, so they might want to make a comment. All right. Thank you for coming up.
Sure.
Good morning. Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation. designating the month of March 2023 as March for Meals Month. Whereas over 220,000 meals are provided annually to homebound seniors in Lake County so they may live independently in their homes for as long as possible. And whereas the loyal volunteers who prepare and deliver the Meals on Wheels provide consistent and dependable meal delivery and daily wellness checks for the Lake County seniors in need. Whereas the senior centers and their program partners bring together the community, local businesses, and community organizations for the purpose of providing nutrition, hope, and independence to homebound seniors and those in need. Whereas COVID-19 has increased the demand from our senior centers' Meals on Wheels programs, and our senior centers have stepped up to the challenge of continued to provide a basic necessity to those who are deemed as some of the most vulnerable in our community. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby declare the month of March 2023 as March for Meals Month in Lake County, and recognizes the vital role of senior centers and community volunteers in addressing the needs of our seniors in Lake County. Passed and adopted this 14th day of March 2023 and signed by Chair Jessica Peiska.
I just want to thank you, Board, for the recognition, and thank you for all of those who volunteer for the homebound seniors in the community. It's greatly appreciated, especially with this weather that we've been having. There has been no service interruption, so all the volunteers have made sure that they have emergency meals when the power was out and delivered to locations using four-wheel drive vehicles. So thank you very much.
And Vice Chair Simon, there is Middletown Center in the Zoom. Oh. Sorry.
Can you hear
Sorry
us?
about that. Hey, I just want to let the board know how much I appreciate this, and I want you to know the Middletown Senior Center has been involved in the nationwide March for Meals since March of 2011. And this year we plan on walking through town, we plan on a barbecue, and we plan on getting sponsors. So I'd just like to thank you for the proclamation of the March for Meals. Thank you.
What day is the march in Middletown?
Thank you. It's March 25th. The walk starts at 11 o'clock and lunch starts at 11:30. Thank you for the reminder, Moak.
Thank you, Lori. Yep. I just wanted to say also, if you have an opportunity, we talked about volunteering here in Lake County. If you have an opportunity to volunteer at a senior center to go out on a Meals for Wheels delivery and a route in your area, please take that opportunity. As is said in the proclamation, it's more of just a wellness check than just delivering a meal to sit and talk with the senior, who usually that's the only contact they are getting with the outside community. So if you have an opportunity as a volunteer, go ahead and take advantage of that, because some of those conversations that you get to sit and speak with these seniors are just invaluable, and the things that we really should do to just give back to somebody. So please take that opportunity to do it. Thank you. All right.
There we go. Oh, cool. Oh, thank you. Let's see. No, I'm not gonna do it. Okay, there we go. Now I have everybody. One more, just in case. Thank you.
And I want to really thank those volunteers in Cobb that drove the meals up. That was no easy feat. I know the call went out for those volunteers, and immediately people were signing up for shifts. So it's pretty incredible. So I want to really thank those people. And anyone else from the board?
Yes, I just wanted to highlight that it's very important for seniors. I know for just in remembering a lot of the seniors from the community before I joined the Board of Supervisors, they worked with the Lakeport Senior Center and getting meals. And it's not a lot of people realize that seniors are on fixed incomes and they don't have the resources to go out and buy a meal from wherever. Family members are often working and they try to do their best, but sometimes it doesn't work out. They're lonely. And the senior centers that I've been working with, especially in the District 3, I know that the Live Oak Senior Center is going to be opening up again, and they do the same thing. They need volunteers. Lucerne Senior Center is working on their facility to make it more amenable to do the same thing, and I know Upper Lake's still struggling with that, and I'm sure that the others are. Sorry for just focusing on mine, but I want to ensure that the senior centers want to do the same thing. They're a vital plug for the community to have in order to assist. I know that there's some folks that live actually in the hills in different areas of my district and others, and they go down there to get services because they have nowhere else to go. And so plugging in more to those senior centers are going to play a vital role with the meals, and getting those meals up to them is going to be another access point to helping them get their IDs, helping them get a cell phone or whatever the case, or even a bank account, because sometimes they just have to wait on their debit card or whatever the case may be. So I know I kind of strayed off into senior centers, but I know that they play a lot of the roles for providing these meals, and so just wanted to highlight that.
Do we have anyone in the chambers who would like to speak on this item? Or anyone in the Zoom room? Not seeing anyone. These services are so incredibly important for our county. We have such a high senior population, and it's growing every day. And it's just the reality of our community, and it's important for all of us to step up and take some time to volunteer. And one day, we're going to need the services, each one of us. So thank you so much for being here. Okay, I will close this item now, and we will move on to our 6.4 item 9:09 a.m. presentation and proclamation designating the month of March as 2023 as Women's History Month in Lake County. And there are a lot of women in the chambers today. I'm so excited to see you all. I know you braved the weather. We have got a lot in the Zoom room too. So I want to invite every single woman that's here to come up and join me here. And we're going to do this twice because we have two proclamations. And that does include our staff. Come on.
See?
She can
Anna's
stay.
like, I'm working.
Want me to take over, Johanna?
Wherever there's room, but there's plenty of room up here. Come on up.
Be right next to Jessica.
Ooh, there. Yeah, I know. I couldn't get on the back. Thanks, brother.
It's all about food.
Thanks for coming. I invited her.
Come on, we can get more women up here.
Maybe she didn't see it.
That was majority up the road. That was,
Yes, that's cool.
that's it.
Hey.
Dang.
Oh, we have two more women. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up.
Can I make it? You can stand up there.
Okay, what you see here is just a slice of the fierce women of Lake County. Thank you so much for being here. So Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation designating the month of March 2023 as Women's History Month in Lake County. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. Whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life in in the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. I'm just going to read that again. American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. And whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. And whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military, and whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, in the emancipation movement, in the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which created a more fair and just society for all. And whereas, despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the County of Lake Board of Supervisors that March 2023 is designated as Women's History Month. Passed and adopted this 14th day of March 2023, signed by the Board Chair, Jessica Peiska. So put the call out Sunday morning for all these women to show up. I know there's a lot more in the Zoom room. I'm so grateful to each and every one of you for everything that you do for our county, for our communities, and for making life better for the people that live here in our state, across the country, and throughout the world. And so I'm just wondering if anyone else would like to say a few words.
Everybody's quiet. Well, I will say this. I'm a pastor. I just did a sermon about how we talked about the woman at the well. And she was the only one who actually did something for the people. The disciples of Christ, who were all men, did not. I'm sorry, that's just a point that I wanted to make. Anyway, women, you, all of us, deserve to be recognized in this moment, in this time in history. And I'm so proud of you, Jessica.
Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Bob Perez. You know, if I knew this was going to be such a beautiful thing, I'd be here every meeting.
Thank you, Bob. Is there anyone else that would like to take a moment?
So I want to get a photo with everybody's hands up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I want. Cool.
Hold up.
Right, great,
Yes, and who do we have in the Zoom room?
There are hands.
Oh, and no one go anywhere because we have another proclamation. We've got two today.
We have Zabdi Naria.
All right.
Naria.
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So I just want to thank the board for recognizing Women's History Month. I cannot say enough that so many women before us have sacrificed for us to live the life that we live today. And I reflect on that more than anything. I've been reflecting on that this last week. I can't imagine what my life would have been like if it wasn't for not just women in history for many, many years. I'm thinking about my own mother, for example, who came from Mexico and how that changed my trajectory of my life. my daughter's life. And I think that it doesn't have to be something that we think so far back on. Just thinking of the women in my own personal life, I want to thank all of them and think of all the amazing leaders who are in that room who have also contributed to making this type of life possible, and also recognize that there's a lot of more work to be done. You know, how do we help and support all of our current women leaders? Because we definitely want to see more of that happen. So that is all I have to say. Thank you again.
Thank you, Zabni. Is there anyone else? Any other hands up?
We have Sherry Treppa.
All right.
Hi there, and thank you, Chairwoman, for inviting me today, but I could not make it. I'm proud to represent a 7-member Executive Council of the Hebemato-Poma of Upper Lake Tribe, of which 6 currently are women, and we do have one representative there that is our vice chair, and I want to give a shout out to him, to Brave, going there. He felt a little intimidated to come up earlier, but I think I think it's important to recognize our traditional leadership has been women, and I think our presence in the community and what we've brought to the community in our kind of short modern history has been fairly significant. And I think we've approached the community with considerable care, which has resulted in contribution and just wanting to be productive part of the community. So thank you to all you women and the women that I work beside day in and day out that have gotten us here. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I really appreciate you being here with us in spirit today. Do we have anything?
Those are all the hands that were in.
Okay. So I'll bring it back to the board before we move on to the next proclamation.
I'll add that a lot of times when we do these proclamations, it's nice to have a specific time frame to dedicate these things, but it's also nice to make sure that we continue what we say throughout the entire year and throughout our entire lives. And I hope that every morning when we do our Pledge Allegiance to the flag, that we recognize that that flag comes from a specific person originally, Betsy Ross. Our women are embedded deeply within our history. In every aspect of our lives. And so hopefully we continue to evolve in the way that we've seen it, because we're not quite there, as somebody already said, but we're definitely in a better place today than we were. Let's continue the fight.
Thank you.
I'll wait till the next one, because it's...
Okay. Yep, here's the next one. What item is it?
6.5.
6.5? Okay, we'll move on to 6.5 then. Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation designating March 8th, 2023 as International Women's Day in Lake County. Whereas women play a vital role in worldwide social, economic, cultural, and political development, and whereas women continue to struggle against discrimination, whether it is a barrier to education, a pay gap at work, higher premiums for health insurance, inadequate options for family leave, or physical or sexual abuse or violence, and whereas International Women's Day has been observed since the early 1900s, a time of great unrest and critical debate amongst women concerning oppression and inequality, spurring women to become more vocal and active in campaigning for change. And whereas March 8th is International Women's Day, a day to celebrate the collective power of women, past, present, and future. Whereas International Women's Day is a day to uphold women's achievements and contributions, recognize challenges, focus greater attention on women's rights and gender equality, encourage and mobilize all women to do their part to bring about positive change, and whereas the County of Lake wishes to take this opportunity to celebrate the diversity of people in our country and to learn from the women of our community about their experiences and aspirations, and to use this day to commit ourselves to respect the rights of women to lead secure, creative, healthy, and free lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Lake Board of Supervisors that March 8th, 2023 is designated as International Women's Day, passed and adopted this 14th day of March, 2023, signed by the Board of Supervisors Chair Jessica Peiska. And I know this was last week, and I know a lot of you probably did things in your own ways, but I didn't want this day to go unnoticed, and I thought bringing these together would be the best the best way to celebrate all of us. So I again, deeply appreciate you all being here today. And anyone want to make a comment?
Hi, I'd just like to say some facts that go along with that. So women typically earn 70 cents on the dollar, 77 cents on the dollar for every dollar that a man earns. There are only 3% of women who are in C-suite executive positions globally. Also, women dropped out of the workforce during the COVID-19 pandemic at twice the rate of men because they stayed home to keep families together. And they have not returned to the workforce in commensurate numbers. So I would really implore men who can be the best allies to women to look deeply into your own lives about how you can partner and support women in your own life. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name?
Elise Jones, Deputy Director of Lake County Behavioral Health.
Thank you, Elise. Do we have any other comments? Anyone from the chambers? Anyone in Zoom?
No hands.
Okay, then back to the board then.
Thank you.
No, from the board.
Well, real quick, I won't make you stand any longer. I just want to highlight that I serve now in a capacity that serves the greater public of Lake County, but previous to that, I was a tribal chair. And in that position, I always took the most consideration that my aunties and grandmothers had given. And ancestrally, our women were the leaders. We took the orders and did that. And what I'm noticing in my capacity here is it's basically the same thing. And so I'm so honored that you all are here today. Women are the givers of life. I truly feel that women make the world go around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can just add a few words. My late mom was a woman, to the best of my knowledge. My sisters, and everything my mom gave me about leadership and just having an analytical mind. I thank her today for that. I thank my older sister for giving me heart, my younger sister for being my hero and fighting to save us during the fires. Joining us here on this stage are people I used to work with not so long ago on my little army in the Registrar of Voters office, who gratefully let me work every now and then and get a word in edgewise, and then my care bears from social services. It is a small army of people keeping our social fabric together. And if you think it's an accident that you see a lot of women standing here today, it's no accident. And I'm also heartened by my colleagues on the board about the importance of having women voices up here on this board. And I hope there comes a day when there's not just one woman on this board. There is going to be a change coming up in my seat. And if I can encourage you today, it's to give you a challenge. We should have strong voices of representation, representing all genders, all colors, all nations. And I want to thank everyone in my family who has inspired me, and everyone standing here today who also inspires me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And all I have to do is say thank you very much. Thank you for everything you do. I'm surrounded by powerful women all the time. They're standing in front of me right now, but I want to thank you all for all the hard work that you do, because here in Lake County, you can see it, that your vision, your work, your passion takes care of our people and keeps us moving in the right direction. So all I can say is thank you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Let's get a picture with both the proclamations. Where'd he go?
He's in the booth.
Oh, Sam, can we get a picture, please, with both proclamations? You get this one. You get.
Depends if Sam's gonna. Oh.
Is everybody smiling? I can't see. Good, that was great. Cool. Let's see, hold on. Yes, we got it.
Thank you all.
Might as well prepare myself.
Good job.
Yeah, I missed that one. Oh, Todd.
I didn't want to raise my hand.
All right. Screen further away.
You can have it. Okay. We will move on to item 6.6, our 9:11 a.m. item, presentation of proclamation commending Director of Public Health Todd Metcalf for his 11 years of service to the County of Lake.
Public health. What next?
Oh, did I say public health? Behavioral health, sorry.
Yeah, I don't want any part of public health.
So sorry.
I just mentioned my name and it clears the room.
I was nervous I mistyped something. So first off, Todd asked me to read this, and I think that speaks loudly to our relationship that we've built. For those of you who pay attention to the Board of Supervisors meeting, I appreciate the hard work that behavioral health has to do, and I'm very focused on better understanding it and ensuring that we get the outcomes that come out of what we're doing. This has forced Todd and I to sometimes butt heads. But it's also forced us to build a relationship where we both agree that we're looking out for the best in the community. We both agree that we want to enhance the type of services that are being offered in the community. And we don't agree on too much of the other minuscule stuff, but we've come to create a friendship and a relationship that I've come to appreciate, and I appreciate him asking me to read this. I think it means a lot to me, and I hope it means a lot to you. Todd has put in 11 years of his life here in Lake County. In the last, I'm going to say 5 or 6 years as the Director of Behavioral Health. For those of you who want to understand behavioral health, there are jobs posted right now. You can easily find out the difficulties of what the job requires. It is becoming a larger part of our solutions in our communities, and it's becoming a larger part of our conversation at the state when it comes to budgeting and the services that are required, which only makes Todd's job that much more difficult each time. So here we go. Proclamation commending Director of Behavioral Health Todd Metcalf for his 11 years of service to Lake County. Whereas, after a short stint of being employed by the County of Lake in 2003, Todd Metcalf came back to work for the County of Lake in 2012 in social services. And whereas, in 2016, Todd Metcalf was appointed the Interim Director of Behavioral Health, 7 years. You gypped yourself 1 year. Was appointed the Interim Director of Behavioral Health, where he eventually was given a permanent position in 2020. And whereas, during his interim position as director, Todd Metcalf continued his education, obtaining his master's degree in public administration in 2019 to give him the tools he needed to succeed in his new position. And whereas, Todd Metcalf helped lead the department towards state compliance by bringing the county up to date on its billing and reporting, catching up on 10 years' worth of backlog, allowing the county to be reimbursed at an increased rate, bringing in much-needed revenue for his department. Whereas, Todd Metcalf helped expand critical peer support centers and their services around the county, including a new center in Middletown. And whereas, Todd Metcalf and his department have worked hard to provide guidance to the continuum of care and being a part of the creation of multiple shelters, such as Hope Center, Elijah House, and the current Warming Center. Whereas Todd Metcalf has shown regularly that he cares immensely for the community he serves by seeking and advocating for the necessary resources that would provide the support people need for better mental health outcomes. And whereas Todd Metcalf has been a part of state pilot programs, for example, the electronic billing system, as well as state committees, for example, the Cal MHSA, in order to enhance the impact and efficiency of the services provided by his department. And whereas Todd Metcalf will resign from his position on Friday, March 17th, 2023, as he moves on to the next adventure in his life, and its personality as well as his efforts will be missed. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby commend Todd Metcalf for his 11 years of service to the County of Lake and to the residents of Lake County, and extends our appreciation for his dedication and hard work, and wish him the best in the future, passed and adopted this 14th day of March, and signed by our chair, Jessica Paiska. And I forgot to mention one thing, there's a special word in there, advocacy. Todd advocates for his needs, for his department like no other. He constantly is in communication with us, whether it's here in the boardroom or via email. He's always looking to better his department, and I appreciate that level of advocacy, not just for the services, but for your employee and staff as well. If you have a word.
I'm not very well prepared, but this proclamation, I think it should have read a little bit differently, that instead of that Todd Metcalf has done all this, the staff and the folks at Behavioral Services have done the work. I couldn't have done any of this without them, and I want to make sure that they are recognized for the hard work that they do. As Supervisor Sabatier pointed out, the spotlight keeps getting brighter and brighter on the world of behavioral health, and my team works very hard in this community to help folks in need. And so I thank you for the proclamation, by the way, but it's really the folks that are doing the work, boots on the ground at Behavioral Services, that deserve this proclamation. So thank you.
Wait. Do we have anyone from the public that would like to speak? Or anyone in the Zoom room? I'll check. Not seeing any hands. Oh, we do. We have a hand up.
Hey,
Jonathan
Todd.
Portney.
It's a pleasure to have worked with you, and your commitment, passion, grit, not only serving community, but leading your team does not go unnoticed by my short time here observing you. You have not only been a colleague, you've been a mentor, what I consider a friend. And I wish we had more time to spend together, but what I am excited for is your next chapter. Wherever you go, you are going to touch community and touch souls and touch hearts. And it's been a pleasure. And safe travels. And may the force be with you. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Scoot over that way so we can get the
I'm going to do
I've never done that.
I'll just do this.
There we go. Okay, let's see. Okay, one more. Get the shadow off in your time. There we go. Thank you.
And Todd, before you go, we get to say nice things about you
Yes.
too on the board. Just hold on. No,
Not yet.
just sit there and look humbled and honored by all this. We're going to miss you. It is a transitional time for behavioral health across the state. And of course, we have many, many challenges ahead. I think we're going to be up to the challenge. And I think one reason we're going to be up to the challenge is because of the 11 years you've spent here, kind of, jockeying change, putting up with any number of pulled agenda items and stuff like that. So I'm very excited for your next chapter as well. But I'm also excited for us here who will continue the job you have been working so hard on for the last 11 years. We will be diligent and we will carry on your work.
Todd, I appreciate the work you've been a part of for the County of Lake. Your department obtains numerous responsibilities, and they're so challenging in our community and the county. And you've been doing that for quite some time. I'd also like to commend you as your work as an advocate for the LGBTQ plus community. And you're a leader that represents that community of the LGBTQ plus community really well. May your next venture and future bring you, blessings. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Grant.
Todd, thank you very much. It's always been a pleasure to work with you. Anytime I had an issue or something I had to bring to you, you did a good job of getting back to me and helping me work through it. I think one of the main ones was finding a spot for the veterans when they were looking for a place to meet. So all the work that you've done here, and you kind of skipped over the 10 years of backlog that you stepped into in the budgeting and getting that all corrected. And I know that took a lot of your time. I just want to thank you for that, getting us to where we are now. So appreciated working with you. Have fun in Hawaii, man. That's what I'll say. So.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I have loved getting to know you, and I didn't realize that we were neighbors before the Valley Fire.
That's right.
You're addressing the backlog. I started attending meetings during that time and was so impressed with that process, even though there a whole lot of funds had to be given back. But your team has been dedicated and innovative to serving all the needs of our community. And I'm going to just throw out that van, which I love, and you get those resources out to the people that need them. And your heart is big. And we're going to miss you so much. And I am so happy for you to be going on to this next chapter and enjoying the sunshine. And then shortly after that, no work. Because I know retirement's right around the corner and it's going to be well-deserved. But we are going to miss you. And you have made a lasting impact on our community. So thank you. May go now. It looks like we are on our last proclamation of the day, item 6.7, our 912 item, proclamation recognizing March 12th through the 18th, 2023 as All AmeriCorps Week. Supervisor Green's going to read this one. Go ahead. Yeah, go down there. We have more AmeriCorps people here in the room.
Front row. Go.
All
I
right.
see AmeriCorps people here. All right. Come on up.
Tammy, you too? You organize the team. You organize the teams. You bring them here.
Well, all of these are here.
All right. Okay, a proclamation recognizing March 12th to 18th, 2023 as All AmeriCorps Week. Whereas service is a hallmark of the American character and has the unique ability to bring people of all backgrounds together in common cause, and throughout our history, citizens have stepped up to meet our most pressing challenges of the day by volunteering in their communities. And whereas AmeriCorps and AmeriCorps Seniors programs provide opportunities for more than 200,000 Americans to serve their country through service at nonprofits, schools, public agencies, and community and faith-based groups across the country. And whereas in the County of Lake, many AmeriCorps members and AmeriCorps Seniors volunteers of diverse ages and backgrounds help to meet local needs by responding to assist seniors with meals, tutoring or mentoring children and youth, supporting veterans and military families, helping communities to mitigate fuels and clear evacuation routes, restoring the environment, staffing warming centers, and helping neighborhoods to prepare and respond to disasters. And whereas AmeriCorps members and AmeriCorps Seniors volunteers encourage collaboration and partnerships, leveraging millions of volunteers in service and acquiring the support of businesses, foundations, and other local partners to increase the effectiveness of their initiatives. And whereas AmeriCorps and AmeriCorps Seniors programs bring people together across race, age, and zip code to address critical issues facing the country, forge relationships, and cultivate mutual respect, and help build resilient and thriving communities. And whereas AmeriCorps members and AmeriCorps Seniors volunteers demonstrate commitment, dedication, and patriotism by making an intensive commitment to service, a commitment that remains with them in their future endeavors. And whereas through their service, AmeriCorps members and AmeriCorps Seniors volunteers strengthen the lives of their families, communities, and the County of Lake. And whereas national service represents a unique public-private partnership that invests in community solutions and leverages non-federal resources to strengthen community impact and increase the return on taxpayer dollars. And whereas AmeriCorps Week is an opportunity to recognize the dedication and commitment of the more than 1.2 million Americans who have chosen to serve their country through AmeriCorps. Passed and adopted this 14th day of March 2023, signed Jessica Peiska, Chair of the Board of Supervisors. All right, I'm going to set this. We have a microphone for anyone brave enough to speak about AmeriCorps.
Sure. Hi, my name is Robert Norgrove. I'm the program coordinator for Lake County, and I want to thank everybody up here for coming today and all their volunteer work they do, especially Tammy, who coordinates the CERT program, the Community Emergency Response Team in Lake County, and specifically one of our greatest grandparents here that volunteers tireless hours in our elementary schools to help the underprivileged children. So I want to thank specifically the Board of Supervisors for this. Thank you very much.
Hello, Tammy Alexey with North Coast Opportunities, and I for years have, before even coming to NCO, I worked with AmeriCorps through the Office of Education, so I know AmeriCorps have worked with every facet of it, and we are finally lucky enough to have our CERC members, which is Community Emergency Response Corps. We have 4 members this year. We were late getting to the party, and we're able to bring on these 4 lovely ladies, and they're doing a fantastic job, and they're helping to make our community safer. We are also going to be bringing on a NCCC, National Civilian Community Corps team, May 25th through July 9th, and I'm looking for housing for them. So if you have housing, let's talk. I had to throw that in, sorry. And I just can't tell you how much AmeriCorps means to me and our community. They are there when we need them. These past couple weeks have been called out during the disasters to work in the warming centers, do whatever they need. They're on call right now to get deployed to go help other neighborhoods. So they're just a big part of our community, and thank you for this honor. Anybody else want to talk about their service? Come on, Sarah.
No, but tell us how we get in touch with your fine organization through your Facebook page, phone number, email, something.
Okay, so NCO Epic page would probably be the best way to get a hold of me, or you can call me at 707-998-8643 or talexay@ncoinc.org, which is also on the ncoinc.org website.
Anybody else? Great. Going once, going to, oh.
Hi, I'm Sierra Manley. I am fresh out of high school. I decided to join AmeriCorps because I was kind of lost on what I wanted to do right out of high school, and this was just an amazing opportunity to explore the world and to meet people and to get a good amount of scholarship money to eventually be able to afford to go to school in this crazy world that we live in. And I'm just really grateful for this program and that I got to be a part of it.
Oh, come on now.
Hi, my name is Sandra Music, and I'm part of the foster grandparent program here in Lake County. And I volunteer at the elementary school in the kindergarten department. And I work in 2 different classes. I've always wanted to be a kindergarten teacher. Well, late in life, I got that chance to do it. This has been wonderful. It keeps me alive. It keeps me going. I encourage any seniors that want to work with kids to do this. This makes your life wonderful. And I appreciate being able to do it.
Yes, all right. Photos. It's all about photos.
Proclamation? Okay.
Want me to go to the other side?
Yeah, why don't you turn that? Okay, and if I come up, I have everything. Great, thank you. Let's see. Are you smiling? Because I can't see. There we go. We got it.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Do we have anyone in the chambers that would like to speak on this? Or in the Zoom room? Not seeing any hands up. Well, I want to thank all of you for your service and Tammy for organizing and making sure that we have a always revolving team of AmeriCorps here in our county. And they serve our communities in so many ways. Last year, they were canvassing neighborhoods and getting seniors information for them to be prepared during wildfire season. Crews in the past have done fuels work. There's just been so many things. We're getting to a place right now where we're relying on our AmeriCorps teams. It's important for us to keep them here. For the opportunities for our students coming out of high school or maybe even later in life to have that opportunity for a year of service. It's critically important to not just our community, but communities around the country. So I want to thank each and every one of you for your service. And for Tammy, keep them coming. Let us know how we can continue to support the AmeriCorps teams.
Okay. Housing.
Yes,
Housing.
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 Supervisor Sabatier.
So first, I need to explain, I grunted during a comment because we do live in a crazy world, and it made me laugh that you made that statement, and college, unfortunately, is very expensive. So it was a laugh of agreement that we are dealing with these things. But I love that AmeriCorps does two things. It's kind of a give and take. It provides that knowledge and understanding of what service feels like, and it also provides a benefit so that you can continue your education. My wife went through AmeriCorps, and I've seen the benefits out of that and her pursuit for education. And I hope that we can expand the amount of AmeriCorps that come out maybe of our community colleges as well, because I know that College of the Redwoods in Eureka was the one that my wife connected with. So we should be working together to try and make that connection with our local colleges too. But appreciate you all coming here to Lake County and providing a service that we wouldn't be able to get if it wasn't for you being here. Appreciate Tammy for organizing and making this happen.
Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, just want to say thank you to the AmeriCorps team. Obviously, after the Valley Fire is where I was introduced to the AmeriCorps teams as they came to our community as we were rebuilding homes and trying to reestablish lives. And, they were part of building 30 homes in, all throughout the county, but mostly Cobb, Middletown, Lower Lake, after the devastating fires we've done. Now, they obviously, too, have service hours they have to do after their regular volunteering, and they do, Middletown days, Thanksgiving, dinners, seen it all. But the AmeriCorps teams that came through, especially after the Valley Fire, were just critical in folks that wouldn't probably have been able to rebuild with all the community organizations that came together, Hope Crisis Network, NCO, Hammers for Hope. But AmeriCorps team, those were the folks, they were the kids, the young folks, the volunteers that were out there lifting the rafters, building the homes, and helping complete projects. So the Rotary Club also had a part of that, but the AmeriCorps team, I got to see what they did, and those kids that came through were phenomenal. Tried to spend time with them, but I'd encourage you, if you're a young person, just as you said, looking for a vision in life, maybe think about the AmeriCorps because it could put you on the right track. I saw a lot of that, so I just want to say thank you. I saw them stand and hand keys to folks after they were rebuilding, and that's the powerful stuff because that's how people can start to restore their lives and get back to somewhat of normal. So I just thank you, and I know I try to support it. Housing is always the issue. I know that, so if I can think of something, I will try to help. All right, Tammy, thank you.
Yes, I'd just like to say one more thing, sorry. I worked with AmeriCorps team when I first got out of the Army. I was working for the Office of Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention as a tribal youth program coordinator at Robinson Rancheria. And what helped us the most was the fact that we had AmeriCorps service folks there working with the kids. And not just our AmeriCorps staff dealing with emergencies physically, but some of these kids have really challenging lives. And working with them, working through those, tutoring, it really helped the community. And even when I worked as an education director at Hopland, working with those volunteers really helped. And the kids really, attached to them after a while. At first, they, troubled kids usually give a hard time at first, but after a while they grow attached. And so it's not just that service, the service and volunteerism amongst a lot of emergencies goes through on every bound. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. And I worked with our poet laureate, Georgina Marie Guardado, at Robinson Rancheria when she was going through AmeriCorps. So I just wanted to highlight that.
And we, as a county, we benefit from AmeriCorps in a different group. So we have our Civic Sparks, and we have a Civic Spark in our room. And our Water Resources Department, for those of you that don't know, brings the Civic Sparks in to do a year of service in the sciences and water resources. So it's a great program. And then hopefully they continue to work here and become a deputy director. So it's a very important program overall. There's so many different facets. There's so many different programs. There's one for everyone. So thank you so much. Yes. Okay, now that we've gone through the proclamations, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, welcome back. We are going to go on to our 6.8, 9:15 a.m. item. What is erratum? Erratum, okay. A, consideration of priorities for fiscal year 2024 community project funding. B, consideration of resolutions confirming Lake County's highest priority projects for submittal of fiscal year 2024 community projects funding, including 1, Big Valley Fish Habitat Improvement Groundwater Recharge Project, 2, pre-development support for a regional center and aquatic community swim center, and 3, regional navigation center pre-development support, and 4, as added with our extra item, consideration of the AEM Airborne Electromagnetic Survey of Lake County's Groundwater Basin Project as a community project funding priority. Okay, and, the region, did I say the regional national? Did I say the navigation center? Okay, thank you. All right, CAO Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Matthew Rothstein is here to introduce this item, as well as Stephen Carter is here to answer any questions you may have. We also have several guests that will be speaking on the projects they are most interested in the board supporting.
Thank you and good morning, Board. Matthew Rothstein, Deputy County Administrative Officer. On the afternoon of March 1st, 2023, the county was advised by Congressman Thompson community project funding would again be made available for fiscal year 2024. And you'll recall in recent years, successful submittals for community project funding have been well established, community-supported projects, including repurposing of the Lakeport Armory facility as a permanent home for the Lake County Sheriff's Office and Emergency Operations Center, facets of the Middle Creek project, an update to the Full Circle Effluent Pipeline project, and the Kelseyville Sidewalk Safe Routes to School project, which will provide sidewalks that separate children walking and biking to school from vehicular traffic. Members of Congress are limited to submitting 15 community project funding requests responsive to needs across the entirety of their districts. And you'll be aware, as a result of the latest redistricting process, Congressman Thompson now represents all of Lake County. Staff reached out to county department heads and your board and partners from the cities of Clear Lake and Lakeport seeking input on projects that should be granted priority for submittal. As you will expect, not every significant area of countywide priority was a good fit for fiscal year 2024 community project funding. As described in the memo published with your board's agenda and updated this morning, 4 projects are being put forth for your consideration today. Water Resources Leadership briefly introduced you to the Airborne Electromagnetic Survey item, and we'll further discuss that project soon. The Big Valley Habitat Improvement and Groundwater Recharge Project, which is a $1,185,000 request that seeks to improve riparian habitat supporting the Clear Lake hitch population in consistency with your board's recent emergency proclamation, is another of those. And if it pleases the chair, I propose that those 2 particular projects be taken up 3rd and 4th among those that we're looking at during this presentation. So once we get to those items, our Water Resources Director, Scott DeLeon, and Deputy Director, Marina Delagianis, will be prepared to answer your board's questions and speak to those specifically. Development of a regional navigation center is another item on our list, which would provide for emergency sheltering and transitional housing and wraparound services for unhoused individuals in the greater Lakeport area. This particular request is seeking $1,950,000 for pre-development support. And also, in addition to City Manager Kevin Ingram and Assistant City Manager Nick Walker, Community Development Director Maria Turner is available in Zoom today to speak to that item. And I'm hoping that your board will be open to discussing that second among these. And we also have City Managers Ingram and Alan Flora and Assistant City Manager Walker and Public Services Director Lars Ewing here to discuss the Recreation Center and Aquatic Community Swim Center project. Before we go any further with that item, I have a very significant update. And as prepared for your board's agenda, this was to be a $3.1 million request, which was seeking pre-development phase support only for the centers in Lakeport and Clear Lake. However, since the posting of your board's agenda, county staff and City Manager Flora connected with Congressman Thompson's staff, and it became evident that there may be no significant downside to submitting a much larger request for this particular item, and one that includes funding for construction-related costs in addition to pre-development phase. Now, this year's community project funding cycle is expected to be highly competitive, and there's no guarantee that any of these projects will ultimately be funded, even if they are among the 15 Congressman Thompson puts forth for consideration. It's also true that with Congressman Thompson now representing all of Lake County, making our needs known, even if they carry considerable costs, is important. And Lake County residents comprise about 9% of the population of California's 4th Congressional District, and our county has had no greater champion at the federal level in recent years than Congressman Thompson. On Monday morning, city and county staff met and came to a consensus it was in our jurisdiction's collective interest at this stage to put forth a $31.8 million request for the Recreation Center and Aquatic Community Swim Center project. And this represents 75% of the anticipated capital costs associated with both centers. And so I'm going to project now the resolution as amended, and portions that have been altered or highlighted so they can be easily identified by your board and the public. Changes were fairly minor in terms of modifications of the language. So as you will have observed, the resolution has been revised to reflect the expansion of this request. And now, if it pleases your board, I would like to invite comment on the Recreation Center and Aquatic Community Swim Center project request from Director Ewing and from City Managers Flora and Ingram and Assistant City Manager Walker.
Hi, good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. Matthew, I appreciate the presentation. I didn't come with any lobbying of the project. This is a project that has been discussed and will be discussed later today as a part of a couple of other agenda items. Your board is well aware of the efforts over the last few years to pursue recreation center and an aquatic center. There's been a variety of efforts done. Feasibility studies with architects. We've done preliminary polling. We've done survey results. It's been a progressive effort that I believe has a lot of good momentum and pointedly, and I believe is referenced in the resolution, has demonstrated a lot of public support. 95% of people saying they will visit it, 86% that I believe approved or supported a joint effort. Now that's the great news. The challenging news is the dollar figures, and that's why we're here today with an opportunity to go for a much larger figure than we initially anticipated just last week. The pre-development support was what we had initially proposed, and the figure is about 10% of the overall construction cost. So that gives a high-level overview, but recognizing that there are a lot of other needs, there's no beating around the bush that's a big dollar figure, but it's a big project that has a big community impact, and I'd like to emphasize that. So I appreciate the people that are here from both cities. There's a lot more than just the three cities involved here, but I really welcome their input. Happy to answer any questions. I'd request that if the two city managers might be willing to come up and give their thoughts, and maybe we can hold questions until the end. But I defer that to the board. All right, thank you.
Supervisor Swatier?
It's not really a question that will sway my decision, but just curious, has there been any approved projects for this amount of money from the earmarks that Congress overall has access to? Not looking to see if Congressman Thompson came home with that amount, but just overall projects, is that something that we've seen?
That's a fair question. I don't have the answer to that. I don't know if that's something that Brad may have discussed with City Manager Flora, who's coming to the front of the room.
Alan Flora, City Manager, Clear Lake, Chair Pice, good board members. I may have a little bit of insight into that. I mean, I think this is a pretty fluid process. Staff indicated that last year, Congressman Thompson, so last year, with change in leadership, the rules change. And so they're going to be a little different than they were last year. But there was a cap for members of Congress and the amount that they could bring back to their district last year, although Congressman Thompson was able to bring back more than that cap. So, projects that he's supportive of or other Congress people are supportive of, I think there's a variety of ways to get the funding out on that. So in talking to Congressman Thompson's staff, he was encouraged, you might as well shoot for it and see what we can figure out. And I think the position that hopefully we're going to be in soon, both cities have approved the JPA agreement. It's on your agenda today. The fact that sort of all three of us would be, we're all kind of waiting to see if the board supports this, but our intention is to have both city councils approve a similar resolution for this project later this week. And that sort of joint ask would put a very strong foot forward for this type of project funding. And I don't know if you have any other questions on that. I mean, I guess since I'm here, I think, these are, it's a large ask. They are bold and impactful projects that have impacts on public safety, I believe, the health in our community, as well as just providing a lot of fun recreation amenities for youth. And, we have all put forward money jointly to start on our polling and whatnot, to see what tax measure would look like to support these projects. And we've only got some very preliminary numbers, but it looks like they're is significant support for this, but the thought being that if we could capture a large chunk of this funding from another source like this, it would take that burden off of our local taxpayers from having to pick up such a significant chunk of that initial investment. It's not surprising that our preliminary numbers indicate that, of course, the less you ask the taxpayer for, the more support they have for the project. So anyway, hope you'll consider supporting this request.
Appreciate the response.
Thank you.
Just as a final comment, without knowing exactly what either city council may or may not approve, I think that changes the potential for the outcome, just because it would be strange for us to say yes to a project that is definitely going to benefit the region, but definitely also benefits the cities themselves in a very direct way, and not have the city councils approve that same project. So I almost feel like if this is what we want to move forward, that there's a conditional, that if the cities don't sign on, that, I don't know, it would feel weird if that was the case. So just a topic of conversation. Again, not sure which direction to go at this moment, just expressing.
City Manager Ingram.
Thank you. Kevin Ingram, City Manager, City of Lakeport. Honorable Chair, board members. First directly to Supervisor Sabatier's question, the City of Lakeport's intent is we're going to be holding a special meeting tomorrow evening requesting our council to take similar action to what you guys are today. And at this point, I have tentatively in there the 31.8 million ask, but I mean, if that changes this during this conversation, we'll certainly modify our proposal too. It's our intent to kind of follow suit, do this jointly. The City Council of Lakeport, and I know Clear Lake as well, they've already passed the JPA and are supportive of this going together. But obviously doing the ask together is going to be a big piece. We know this is the first step in what I guess we could say is a crazy process. We know that if we make this first, onto Congressman Thompson's list, that's just the work just starting. And so, I mean, I'm sure this is going to be a fluid process all the way through and moves through. But I think, encouraged by the discussion that Mr. Flora had with Congressman Thompson's office, that they recognized the effort that the region has put in and the need. And if they're saying, you know what, give it a shot. I mean, we know that by no means that we are going to be able to get the full $30 million, but I think we should take that shot. And even if we come away with, enough to get started on the pre-development aspects of it, that's still going to be a win in this process. As Mr. Flora already mentioned, the preliminary data coming in is the community is very supportive of the concept. Of course, when you start to ask them for, the utilization of their tax monies, that starts to get a little bit more of a discussion. But no surprises, the more that we can commit, we always knew this was the case, the more that we could put on the table to push towards this project, the greater that the ability to get that tax measure across would be. And I think this is a fantastic opportunity, and I think that we should certainly, reach for it, reach for the 31.8. And there's going to be a lot more effort moving forward with this. And I think with all three players, the cities and the county on board to kind of pull that lift, it puts us in a really good position. So yeah, no, I think that overall, if your board decides to, whatever amount you guys are pushing for today, that's our intent to be asking for that jointly, not going at this in a different measure, but all together.
Okay, so Chair Pyska, I don't know if you want to take board questions before we go on to the next project, or if you'd like an introduction to the other project.
Do we have any more questions on this item? Oh, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just real quickly, it is a big ask, and even when we come back to the JPA item. So a pre-development support makes perfect sense, because if nothing else, we would take those various iterations that were in the feasibility study and kind of hone in on one or two of those. My question for staff would be, in this big ticket item, have we identified within that feasibility study that we're going for a certain thing? I mean, there are certain check boxes we have to check. So, have we identified, we're not talking one rec center, we're talking two. Have we identified it's going to be covered, it's going to be uncovered? Again, this kind of bounces back and forth between recreation in general and the specific visions of an aquatic center or two aquatic centers serving the county's residents. So not opposed to necessarily making the big ask. I just want to make sure that we have the big vision to go. We have enough answers in that big vision to put together a meaningful package with the cities.
All right, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director again. To answer that question, the figure that was established, $31.8 million, that is 75% of the estimated capital costs for both facilities, indoor aquatic center in Lakeport and a recreation center in Clear Lake. So $42.4 million for that. That includes construction costs and soft costs, which are both pre-development and soft costs during construction. So that's about 25% of the overall cost. So to directly answer the question, $42.4 million is the overall estimate for both facilities, indoor pool and a rec center in Clear Lake.
I think we can go on to the next one. Oh, sorry, come on up.
Thank you, Alan Flores, City Manager. I just want to make one quick comment related to your question, Supervisor Green. Of course, there's always the option for sort of value engineering facilities and all that, depending on available resources. But we felt like with the work that's already been done, the feasibility study, the sort of cost estimates and all that, show a lot of project readiness that some other asks may not have. And so at this point, we felt like it was important to tie the ask directly to that feasibility report that we jointly had done, and have that backup as part of the application.
Right, but within that study, there was a range of alternatives. So it sounds like you've settled on some preferred alternatives within that.
Well, the most recent, the phase 2 one narrowed down those, I believe, and so it just focuses on the aquatic center here in Lakeport at Westside Park, the recreation center at the Burns Valley project in Clear Lake. Although, like the roof covering of the aquatic center here and all that was a separate line item, so we could identify that as possible future value engineering if needed.
Okay. Thank you, City Managers Flora and Ingram, and thank you, Lars, Director Ewing, for your contributions to that item. And now we have City Manager Ingram and Community Development Director Turner, Director Turner is on Zoom, and they're prepared to speak and respond to your board's questions regarding the Regional Navigation Center item.
I'll take a first shot at it, and Murray can certainly bail me out if I get stuck. I think it comes as no surprise where this need comes from. I mean, just some basic statistics from the city of Lakeport's own, and I'm sure those, jump across easily to what the county is also experiencing. But nearly 2/3 of our call volume through our Lakeport Police Department are related to either homelessness or people experiencing mental health crisis. We've had a very successful program over the past couple years in partnership with the Lake Family Resource Center in embedding a crisis response worker directly into our Lakeport Police Department staff. They go out, they make contact with individuals on a very regular basis. And there's been a lot of great things that have come across that. But some of the hurdles that we keep hitting are having the ability to connect them with the services that are out there and available to them. And we've been meeting very regularly with Lake County Behavioral Health, and they've come out a couple times and observed the program and have helped us identify a couple of those areas to kind of help streamline that process. But really the best kind of move forward is this Regional Navigation Center approach. It would kind of tie a bunch of different things together. It kind of takes the track of, kind of a housing first sort of approach, with also the idea of having some available facilities there where, some on-call folks could be there to provide services directly when they're identified and try and plug those gaps and pieces together. So that's really the kind of idea, the main crux of the idea behind the development of a regional center. It's also very clear that that needs to be located in an area which is close to services, which would be, in the incorporated area. So we recognize our role to play in that process. There's a lot of different opportunities here. I think some of those are listed in your staff report, but this touches on multiple facets, and I'm sure that as we grow and develop this, it's going to be clear that there may be other directions to go that are going to have benefits as well. At this point, we're asking for just the pre-development costs. We know this is a much larger ask, approximately probably $10 million to develop the full facility. But where we're at right now is we believe that we're working at identifying a site. We're making some pretty good progress there. And the next kind of step in that process would be a needs assessment and getting the pre-development package together for the development of the site. And that's what we're seeking here. I'm sure Maria has been a very close partner through this, both as her time as a city council member of the City of Lakeport and now with her community development hat. She's been a great partner and piece in this. The City of Lakeport has dedicated its permanent housing loan funds to this endeavor as well, but those are only going to get us so far. Assistant City Manager Nick Walker in my office has been, just trying to establish a greater connection and get us more heavily involved with the Lake County Continuum of Care. So we know that this is an aspect that needs to reach across different areas, but this also seemed like a fantastic opportunity to kind of jumpstart this project moving forward. So I'm certainly able to answer any questions, and I'm sure Maria can add a few other finer points, but I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Community Development Director Mireya Turner. This navigation center has been sort of at the top of mind for quite a while, both when I was working with the city of Lakeport and since I moved over to the county, because as we all know, housing is a dire need here, especially for our currently unhoused residents. And so one of the great things, if we can realize, when we eventually do realize this low barrier navigation center, is the different types of housing that would be offered. There would be not only an emergency shelter with an area for on-site services, but also the supportive or transitional housing option and safe parking lot. So we would be reaching out to our local residents who, don't all come just from Lakeport, but they're regional already. There are county residents as well, and would meet their needs in a variety of different ways. So recently, when the Board of Supervisors declared a shelter emergency so that we could open up Elijah House, part of that declaration also includes developing a plan to get out of the shelter emergency. And if it pleases the board, I think that moving forward with this regional navigation center would be a very helpful part of that plan. And I'll pass it back to City Manager Ingram and Deputy City Manager Walker for any nitty-gritty number stuff. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a quick question on your first view at this. What is the belief on how many folks would be helped via this navigating system?
We're looking at approximately 25 to 30 in that range of kind of small housing starts. But as Director Turner noted, there would be definitely some area for some safe parking. We know that there's a lot of folks that live in their homes. A lot of times the animals are not allowed into the shelters, and so a lot of folks choose to stay in their cars instead. So offering that as an opportunity area there as well. But certainly that's one of the fundamental pieces that needs assessment that will help us identify that number a little better.
Okay. And I wish I had this information in my head, but I don't. Do you know what the pick count for Lakeport has been?
I've been looking for it, and I honestly haven't done it in the last week or so to see what the new numbers are. So I don't know those numbers off the top of my head. But.
Thank you.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, strongly support it, but on the last item, we were like, oh, reach for the moon, why not? So I don't know if it's a different pot of money or a different appropriations subcommittee, but this ask is just for pre-development. I know there's going to be other hard costs, possibly including property acquisition, engineering, possibly some site remediation, depending on which one you're locking in. So was there any talk in this new reality that is the new Congress and the new earmark process that we could ask for more than just pre-development costs? This seemed to me, no offense to the last project, but this is much more mission critical to me and much more likely, I think, to be able to draw in additional sources of revenue from different places. But the initial ask, pre-development plus maybe some site acquisition money, has there been any thought of that? Is there any possibility of that given what we just heard on the last item? Are there some flexibilities from Thompson's office that would allow a broader vision than this?
Thank you. A very fair question, Supervisor. I don't think we're going to say no if there's room for more. I think the critical difference between the two projects being that the previous item, the rec center and aquatic center, there's already been a lot of work in the completion of the feasibility studies 1 and 2. We haven't done that in this case. We're kind of probably a step behind that in putting this together. So at this point, I think confidently asking for the pre-development fees. And the process of that seems to be the best call. But like I said in the last item, this is a very fluid situation. If we get in conversations with the Congressman's office that this seems to be something that they really want to take forward and be something bigger, then I think we're certainly ready at the city side to do the heavy lift to make that so. But at this time, I think the ask for the pre-development piece is the most reasonable approach.
If I may also, additionally, we are keeping our eye open for all other future possible funding as well. So I know that the board did talk this morning regarding the PLHA funds that are assigned to the Collier Avenue apartments. They are only using 2 out of 5 years of those funds. And so when the next NOFA is issued later on in the summer, we plan to come to the board to request the remaining funds to be assigned to this navigation center as well.
So if your board has no further questions on that particular item, we'll transition to the Water Resources Department's 2 projects. And Director De Leon and Deputy Director Delagianis are here to answer any questions and speak to those projects.
Good morning, Board. Scott De Leon, Public Works and Water Resources Director. I'm going to answer any questions or provide just perhaps a short summary of one of the projects, and then Marina will handle the one that we added this morning. So the Big Valley Fish Habitat Improvement and Groundwater Recharge Project is a project that we applied for some state grant funding last year. We were not selected, and so we thought it would be a good fit with some of the funding objectives that were identified in the Congressman's ask. And basically, it is a 2-part project. The major part of the project is a modification of the outlet structure in the Highland Springs Reservoir. It will allow for additional storage of water within the reservoir. And it has a number of positive impacts, largely increase in groundwater recharge in the groundwater or in the Big Valley Basin, which will have hopefully a positive impact on habitat in the creeks for the hitch. If we can add additional water into the groundwater basin, then we're hoping that we'll see better spawning habitat in the spring. The other part of the project is some repairs to the Kelsey Creek detention structure. Also a very important facility that we manage that helps with groundwater recharge in the basin. So it's a 2-part project, and If you have any questions about that, I'll be happy to try to answer them. But we appreciate the opportunity to propose this project and for your consideration. Had I known that the bar was so high on some of these other projects, I might have added some more stuff, like maybe some new roads to these facilities, but unfortunately I didn't do that. So thank you for your opportunity. I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Super excited to see this project, and which is the Adobe Creek Conjunctive Use Project that's been on and off for several years now. So the only real quick question I have is, this is kind of a blended project for the purpose of this ask to Congress, but on the Adobe Creek project in particular, I know as far back as 2017, there was a mitigated neg deck, so I know that project is relatively shovel-ready, or is there additional permitting that needs to happen?
There's actually some, quite a bit of a design work that's still necessary. This is not a shovel-ready project. We need to put plans and specs together for modification of the outlet structure. Though the preliminary environmental work may be done, there's still a fair amount of work in design, and we've incorporated that into the ask. There's funding set aside for that.
And also notice what's in a name. Well, what's in a name here is fish, and I really appreciate that. So as we're tweaking the design concept, groundwater recharge is a big part of it, but also some potential capacity for stream flow management, the ability to do some supplemental flows if possible. And of course, there is no free lunch. If we're flowing water down, we're not keeping water in the reservoir for other purposes. So, and the reason I highlight that is, one, I noticed the not really rebranding, but the expansion to include a real focus on Clear Lake hitch habitat improvement. And I think that will give us a competitive edge. So I just want to highlight that there is some additional detail provided when this moves forward on the potential ability to do some stream flow management, and the fact that both of these projects together are going to be hitch beneficial. Is that kind of, am I reading it right? It's kind of being branded appropriately to take advantage of not just the groundwater recharge part, but the fish habitat improvement?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, both of those issues are have the spotlight on them, and so by combining the projects and combining the benefits of them and highlighting the benefits, again, I think, as you stated, I think it definitely garners a lot of support from a multitude of folks interested in this, right? The sponsors or the people that are interested in additional groundwater, the folks that are interested in the hitch habitat. I hate to use the cliche win-win, but it is a project that has some real positive benefit.
Thank you. And for Director Turner, if she's still with us, any major impediments to permitting of whatever recasting we have to do with this project, or what would be I mean, it has nothing to do with us putting in an earmark request, but what's the state of the permitting?
Our staff always stands ready to handle any priority from the board, especially where we can work in conjunction with other departments.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I'm going to start off on the wrong foot. I hope I don't offend, but in the letter that we received from Thompson's office, it says that these projects are proposals critical to the well-being of the people of your district, and then it says that it does not allow for defense, education, labor, and certain conservation programs. Have we reviewed if this ask would be denied, or based on just those categories? Because this may be under conservation. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out if there's been any communication with Congressman's office to kind of check in and see, does this meet the potential guidelines of what an approved project might be?
So Supervisor Spatier, I can speak briefly to that. I did speak to Congressman Thompson's staff in a preliminary manner. We didn't have your board's priorities set yet, but did ask about that specifically out of concern that conservation may preclude this project from being funded. And their position was that it could be submitted and would be competitive under the EPA.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
The development of additional water resources was a priority, a funding priority, also identified. And while this does have potential benefit for hitch habitat, it will significantly improve groundwater resources, which I believe meets those funding objectives.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I do agree that this, with Supervisor Green, that this is I know you said win-win, but I agree. Last month, we had two entities here discussing the endangered species, and this project would ensure that they all benefit from this, considering one of the things that, we were the topic of discussion. So I like the fact that it helps with both groups of interest, and I like the fact that it's happening in these different streams, because those are the highest trafficked, as they brought to us, of the Chai. And I do know that we were funded the $750 for the Middle Creek Restoration Project, which helps with the habitat of those fish as well, and this is going to as well. So I think I like it, and it's a synergistic win, I think, if we can be funded. So.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. Nice to see you, Board. Marina Delajanis, Deputy Water Resources Director for the Lake County Water Resources Department. I appreciate you, Board, accepting the consideration of this proposed project. I'm going to be using the acronym AEM, and that stands for the Airborne Electromagnetic Survey of Lake County groundwater basins. That includes Middle Creek, Upper Lake Valley, Long Valley, High Valley, Scotts Valley, Coyote Valley, and the Calliope Valley basins. This is going to imitate and mirror directly what we were able to conduct through our AEM surveys provided by the California Department of Water Resources in our Big Valley Basin, and that's how we were able to develop the timeline and the proposed costs. Timeline being anticipated of 12 months and an anticipated cost of $300,000. So the overall goal of this project, as we know, past, present, and future drought in California tests the resiliency of our communities and our water supplies, including surface water and groundwater, and how we can best prepare and plan for those future droughts that we have and prepare for the current drought that we are still in. Even though this water is nice, we are currently still in drought conditions. So the goal of this project is to develop a white paper report discussing groundwater issues and trends across the various groundwater basins in our Lake County community. The AEM technology can enhance our understanding of surface water and groundwater interactions to help determine if groundwater pumping is lowering stream levels and therefore contributing to the decline of the state-listed threatened species of the fish, our hitch friends, and Clear Lake and other groundwater-dependent species. I would also like to note that this will impact our drinking water supplies too. Conducting these surveys will help us better understand all water resources throughout the county. As we know, Clear Lake provides drinking water to 60% of our Lake County community residents. So being able to better understand how the connectivity between our surface water and groundwater interacts will help us better prepare for these droughts and, of course, our water purveyors and all of Lake County communities. And at that point, I will take any questions from the board.
Just a question from the Blue Ribbon Committee perspective. Was there an issue with the project, or is it just that there were other projects of higher interest that took over, and that's why it wasn't funded by the Blue Ribbon Committee? Just kind of looking for what their comments were.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. So this project was approved and voted on by the Blue Ribbon Committee. They did support this project. The issue why this project was not able to move forward in that area was because there was no funding through the governor's office. So lack of funding.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, unless your board has further questions, that concludes the presentation for this item.
So we have a diverse group of projects, and is it recommended that we move all of them forward? What are your thoughts on that?
Staff would recommend that your board move each of the 4 presented here today forward. Yes.
Oh, really?
Do we have a resolution, do we have resolutions prepped for the add-ons?
Yes.
We do, and just one point of order, the title of the resolution related to the Recreation Center and Aquatic Swim Center project is changed to reflect the expansion of the project. So that will need to be reflected in the action you take. And I don't know if I'm allowed to present the title or if that should be, okay. So I'll be prepared to present the title of the resolution when you're ready.
Okay. Do you have a question? Okay, do we have anyone in the chambers who'd like to give input on this or on Zoom? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody in either place, so I will bring it back to the board for action or further conversation and action.
With 15 projects from the entire district, and each city and each county gets to propose their own projects, like, I don't mind submitting 2, but submitting all 4 just, I don't know. Just feels like it's diluting the pool of potential projects. They're all important, but like, for example, the last one that we heard of, the AEM, is asking for $300,000. I think there's opportunities that we can find. I think that with the PLHA, we just heard that there's more money and we're not using all of that. And so, again, we're not using all of that, but there's more coming. We're always able to access funds. There's more than just No Place Like Home, or there's more than just what's being utilized or what's being asked to be utilized. I'd hate to send more and feeling like we're asking too much where we get nothing versus really focusing on 1 or 2, but that's...
I'm just waiting.
I'm hearing clicking, so I'm feeling somebody has something to say.
I do. With the chair's permission?
Go ahead.
All right. What we found in the last 2 years is that Congressman Thompson's offices have actually asked us to submit more because they felt they weren't. Other communities were getting much more in grant funds than we were, but we just didn't have any shovel-ready projects. The other thing is, as long as the projects are going to the same subcommittee, and Matthew can confirm that, they actually move forward separately to the different subcommittees. So it doesn't really impact whether we send 2 or 4, as long as they're not competing against each other in the subcommittees. So I'll look to Matthew to make sure that we did confirm they're not competing.
Yes. So, and obviously the projects have not been through the entirety of the process yet, but preliminarily it does not appear that the projects would compete at the subcommittee level. And I can confirm that my sense from conversations with Congressman Thompson's staff mirrors CAO Parker's own, that submitting more projects, if anything, and not less, is the expectation.
And then, you know, we don't know either if those committees are highly competitive or less competitive, and so we have more projects in more committees. So it increases our likelihood to find one that hits the sweet spot at least. Go ahead.
And I'd say we asked for the 31 rather than 3.1. If this is what we're being kind of guided by Congressman Thompson's office to request, and knowing the process that we had with the Armory, where multiple conversations eventually got us what we received, let's hope that at least it opens up the door for those types of conversations, and let's see what we get out of it. So that I would say I'd love to see that amendment that was made to the resolution stay, so that that is the ask that we make.
You have a comment?
just in favor of submitting all four. Hopefully next year, what we'll be doing is submitting for big road projects. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know if Scott's listening, but next year we got to have the plan in place so we can submit for roads and be ready to go. So, so I'm in agreement with submitting all four. I agreement with the change, the 31 million too, so.
Okay.
Which one's first, or can we do all of them? We have to do one of these,
From
right?
individually?
Okay. So I'll offer the resolution for Big Valley Fish Habitat Improvement and Groundwater Recharge.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
I'll offer the resolution for pre-development support for a recreation center.
Wait, Matthew has the
Oh,
title.
sorry.
Yeah. Be happy to read the title.
Oh, sorry.
Resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake, State of California, to submit the Recreation Center and Aquatic Community Swim Center project for consideration as a community project funding proposal as amended.
I offer the resolution.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
Do I gotta, okay. So I will offer the resolution for the Regional Navigation Center Pre-Development Support Project.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And then lastly, I will offer the resolution affirming the Airborne Electromagnetic Survey of Lake County's Groundwater Basins project as among Lake County's highest community project funding priorities. Did I miss something on that, or is that all of it? Okay,
Okay.
making sure.
All right, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Okay, well, I want to thank staff for pulling this together. I know it wasn't a lot of notice, and some of you were gone. But our CAO did warn us that earmarks would be coming, and so it's just something that we've got to be prepared for each and every year, and hope for the best. So thank you so much for pulling all this together. And thank you to the cities for joining us today. Okay, 6.9, our 1015 item, consideration of update on the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan from Public Services.
Well, good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I am joined on Zoom by Mindy Craig of Blue Point Planning. Your board will recall that we're in the process of a master plan for Parks, Recreation, and Trails. Your board approved the project, the contract with Blue Point Planning in the fall of last year, I believe, and we are about 3 to 4 months in, which timeline-wise is about a fifth, maybe a quarter of the way through. And I wanted to take this opportunity to just update your board. Number one, introduce Blue Point Planning, but update the board on the work to date, and probably more importantly, the work that still remains. Mindy is the president, I believe would be your title of Blue Point Planning. And I'll let her introduce herself. She has a presentation to go through. Should be relatively brief. There's no action item on this other than always direction to staff. But I hope you're receptive to receiving an update, and I'll turn it over to Mindy.
Great, thanks everybody. So yes, I'm Mindy Craig with Blue Point Planning, and really excited to be here. I've been working in the field of Parks and Recreation for about 25 years and have had the opportunity to do Parks and Recreation master planning up and down the state. Most recently, your neighbor in Mendocino, also all over the area. So very excited to be here and to talk to you a little bit about where we are and where we're going. And obviously, obviously answer any questions. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And if there are any questions as we're going through, please let me know that. Okay, great. So first off, I just want to start off with where we are and talk a little bit about this process. So as Lars said, we have been working on this for a few months, and often we find that this initial phase is the most critical and the longest because we are really building out a deep understanding of the community, really getting to all the different pieces of the existing conditions, knowing the community, talking with the community, so that we can then have a really strong space to start understanding needs and developing the recommendations. And so that's really where we are. And you can see this is sort of the place we've been at. So we've done a lot of engagement already. We have a steering committee group. We have a small group meetings that we've done, conversations with communities. We have a user survey that has just closed with over nearly 600 responses, and an engagement website to keep people up to date. So after this phase, which is that existing conditions and deep analysis of all your parks facilities and looking at programs as well and what's offered in the community, we're going to start developing our vision and identify those opportunities. What are those recommendations and what are those different areas that we can do for all the different parks? That will then culminate into the opportunities and strategies for the plan. At that point, we want to start prioritizing those. What are the most important? What are the things we're going to do right now? What are the things that might be pushed out to the future? And then also start to look more closely at what does it mean for staffing? What does it mean for the operations and cost of those elements? And make sure that those are also connected and aligned with the county's needs. At that point, we'll then start developing our implementation plan. When are these things going to happen? Criteria that will help the county continue to guide their decisions as we go forward, with culminating ultimately in our Parks and Recreation Master Plan in the end of this year. So just quick note, we do have a website. Highly recommend anybody here who is listening in or the supervisors to take a look at that. And that will be the place we will continue to keep information. It's where we had our survey and we'll continue to have our findings and results. Our steering committee is very representative, has a lot of people from the county participating, everything from equestrians to the healthcare or the Lakeside Hospital. We have the city's part of that. We have the Middletown Manchuria, the Tribal Health Organization, the Lake Area Planning Council, so we can think about transportation, blue zones. We're really being holistic about what we think about this plan. There's been a lot of conversation today already about the benefits of parks and recreation for the community, and we're really seeing that both as a transportation, recreation, health, and wellness, as well as tourism and economic development. So when we're looking and talking about what our strategies are, we are taking in information from all those different perspectives. As I mentioned, we've started off by having our steering committee, meetings with arts, culture, and communities, our business and tourism, of course, sports and outdoors, trails and land management. And we've had continuing engagement with the staff and with the survey. And going forward, we'll continue to do that again on that website. We're going to have an in-person visioning effort in April. We're coming back in the fall for that priorities workshop. And then ultimately, when we get to the final plan, we'll do some pop-up engagement to share out that plan in the fall of 2023. And each one of these elements we'll have in person, but we will also have some digital aspect that people can interact with if it's hard to get to a meeting or they're just not able to. So we really are trying to be as inclusive as possible depending on where people are. So I want to just give you an overview of some of the initial things out of our existing conditions analysis that we've done so far. These are sort of the key takeaways. I'm not going to go too far into depth in this. We have lots of information and data that we're sharing with Lars and his team, but this is just the highlights. What this summary is initially is a community profile. So who lives in the county? What does it look like? What are the issues around climate change? What are the demographics? What do we see there? We're also doing a park inventory and classification of what the parks are so we can better understand from a geographic perspective, do we have neighborhood parks, community parks, or regional parks, and are they serving the residents or are they serving tourists and visitors? How are they actually operating? We're also looking at trails, and we're looking at it from a different perspective than the Canocti Regional Trails Plan, which is, instead of thinking about it as a connectivity, transportation only, we're really thinking about how they become part of our recreational amenity for the county. We're also thinking and looking at trends, so those can inform how recreation programs can be part of what's happening from the county's perspective. That's a whole different element, and it's really important. One of the things I always say, they say, build it and they will come. And I said, well, not quite, program it and they will come. So we're going to help the county understand how to program parks in a way to increase activation and engagement on a whole different level, a whole bunch of different levels. We're also looking at different projects that are already being considered and looking at comparables. And we've had a great conversation of Lake, which is Lake County is really unique. And I'll talk about that in a little different in a moment. But how do we actually compare and how do we find good models to build our recommendations? And obviously trends. We want to see what are other counties and places doing that we can do here that will serve the community better. So just as a brief snapshot, you probably know lots of this. The population's just over 68,000 people. There is a pretty old community here. It's much older than the median age in California, with a median age of 46. So not quite as many children. So how does that mean when we look at all the parks? Are we serving that population well? Are we giving them the tools and the mechanisms to enjoy and to be healthy? And then when we look at the younger kids and the teenagers, how do we also serve them? Because we want to be inclusive of all ages. We have a slightly lower median income than the average in California. So how does that impact things? When we think about creating programs or spaces like rental picnic areas, how does the cost, how do the fees feed into that? We do have a fairly high level of poverty in the county. So about 13% of the community lives in poverty. It's very rural, as you guys all know, big county with not very many people per square mile, which is probably why lots of people love it. We also have a high number of Hispanic Latino community members and about 11% who speak Spanish primarily at home. Finally, we have 17% of the population live in mobile homes or RVs. So how does that mean in terms of their ability to access, engage, and have recreation near them and for them? It's much higher than the population as a whole. So parks-wise, you have a rich, wonderful network of parks in the county, almost 2,000 acres, including local, community, and regional parks. Some that are as small as half an acre in Lakeport to these large, over 1,000-acre parks. So really a diversity of that. There's a lot of parks developed around the lake, of course. There's 9 different sites specifically that allow you to get into the water with a boat. And we also have the Highland Spring Recreation Area as another very important county park resource. And the CIP and major projects that are going on are also going to expand these services even more so. As I mentioned already, trails are an important part of this, to think about how do people walk and enjoy this, really creating some connectivity for recreation to improve health, to increase the ability and access to parks. So we are going to be working continually with the Canocti Regional Trail Plan to think about how to activate those trails, how to increase the possibilities of programs and activities that really engage the community members. And of course, we'll probably serve our visitors as well. So as I mentioned earlier, the comparables is a really interesting challenge when we started to look at that, because there's other counties as big as yours, but not as many parks. You're one of the only operators of parks. In a lot of counties, you have a lot of cities who are doing a great deal of that work. Here in Lake County, it's you, the county, who is actually doing the parks management and operations and now programming. So they're kind of a different role than a lot of counties. You have a large visitor population. So you have these highs and lows. So in the middle of the summer, you have a different population you're serving than you do in the middle of the winter. So how does that look? As I mentioned earlier, this diversity, you have lake and mountains and everything in between in terms of the diversity of parks and facilities you're managing and thinking about. The Parks Department itself within the county manages about 1,800 acres, but then you also have these large other non-county managed parks, well, county parks managed, which is Highland Springs and the Helen Mitcham Park as well. And there's a lot more coming down the pike in terms of potential recreation trails opportunities that the county will be looking for. So what are some of the trends? You're going to know a lot of this, but something that was happening even before COVID happened was this desire to be outdoors. Outdoor recreation, outdoor economic development is huge. COVID really pushed the need to be out in nature even more so. So that outdoor lifestyle is a huge trend and opportunity for the county to really bring people in and continue to be an iconic place to visit and be part of nature. The other piece, which is really great for your community, is this health wellness piece. Obesity has been an issue throughout the U.S. Parks and recreation that are accessible and able to be connected really help to contribute to better health and better wellness. And it also is, again, an economic development benefit. Parks for all, that means we're talking about kids who are 2, 1, and seniors who are 80. We want to make sure that we're thinking about the entire spectrum of people, as well as what their abilities are. So people who may not be able to walk, so who's in a wheelchair, or somebody who might have strollers or walkers. What does that mean? How do we have truly parks for all? What does that look like? As I mentioned, children and teens, building in affordability. Technology is another thing, and this is a positive and a negative. Some people, like myself, are not really excited about technology in parks, but they also can be a benefit. They can help people get around. They can help people understand the different activities for them. Certainly, they can help with mapping and walking and trails, so that's exciting. And one other element we'll be looking at is issues around climate change and adaptation. So we know that everything from water management and quality to wildfires are all a concern here in the county, and we want to put that into this plan. Parks can be a really great strategy to help buffer some of the worst elements of climate change and be a part of your resilience and adaptation strategy. And we want to make sure that happens, as well as look at impacts potentially to trees and to water sources that are within the parks. So I also just wanted to give a high little level of some of the input we've gotten to date, and we're going to also just quickly go into our surveys. Not surprising, some of our strengths is the beauty and the biodiversity of the lake and the number of parks we have here in the county. And there's so many different opportunities, from mountain biking to sailing. The free boat launches are great, and there's a lot of engaged community members who are out there volunteering and wanting to improve the area. But there are some challenges. The water level in the lake is already a fairly shallow body of water, and it kind of makes it unique. But it can be problematic in terms of how drought years impact it, and the ability to go and actually use your boats and so forth. We need more awareness and building of the understanding of Lake County, especially for recreation. And then we need more opportunities. We need more biking, swimming, things like disc golf, that ADA accessibility, so universal design and making sure that it's accessible in all ways. And then more areas and places for the public to access the lake. And then finally, better transportation connectivity for the public and those who may not have access to a car. Okay, quickly, last bit here is our preliminary results from the survey. We literally just closed it yesterday, so these are very high level at this point. We had 571 responses. Lakeport, is a fairly good representation across the county. Lakeport had slightly more with 21, and with Kelseyville right behind it, but lots of representation from the entire county, which was great. And really, I'll have to give props to Lars and his crew for getting that word out. They really did an amazing job on that. Some of the top reasons for people are visiting the parks in Lake County. It's the walking, hiking, and backpacking, that enjoying the quiet and the relaxation, picnicking, bird watching and wildlife viewing, and of course, exercise. So we also asked, how well do each of the parks and areas meet your family needs? So just a visual of this, the yellow means okay. So it seems like overall, okay is the number one answer here. So when we look at this, like, okay is fine, but we really want to try and see if we can get up to that very well, extremely well on more of these elements. So, the open spaces and natural areas seem to be pretty highly elemented or regarded. But some of the other ones, like the sports courts, not so great. Swimming, not as great. I heard earlier about the Parks and Recreation Facility and the Aquatic Center. I think that would be one of the reasons people are in support of that. So we will be taking this apart and looking at it more closely to really understand where those pluses and minuses are. What do we want to see more of? So more hiking trails, more flat walking and jogging places, places for dogs to play and hike with, more picnic facilities with shelters and barbecues, improving the playgrounds, and more games like ping pong or bocce ball. So that's it on the survey. And again, what we're going to do next is this final needs assessment on all the parks so that the staff will really understand, park by park, what is the conditions and what do we need to improve from both a physical perspective, but also things like, is it serving the function we need to? Is it also serving the function within the entire system? That visioning and goals, and that's going to be that in-person activity that's coming up here in April and May. And then building on that as opportunities and potential direction for our parks, programs, and trails. And with that, I will end and stop sharing my screen and take any questions.
Thank you, Mindy.
Do you have anything more to add?
No, a few highlights there. She commented on the cities, and I, just for some clarity there, I think some of the comparisons of other counties, oftentimes that they'll have a Parks and Recreation district that includes the cities. So clearly we know that the two cities here in Lake County do have parks facilities. They maintain them on their own, just to make sure that that was clear. It's coincidental that she prepared the slides based on the low water level being a challenge while we're now facing the possibility of high water level being a challenge. So I think the point there to emphasize is that water level is a challenge. It's extreme. It fluctuates, and that's something that we need to be able to adapt to and be prepared for either way. I'm going to finish it with why we chose Blue Point, and I appreciate Mindy's presentation. A couple of points that they brought to the table that to me stood out. The main one being the sustainable operations. It's one thing to build a park; it's another thing to maintain it and be able to sustain that maintenance. And so that's something that they'll now be considering as we move ahead, looking at how are we staffed, how are we funded to manage not only what we have in our inventory, but what we might have in the future. Both things that are John Klaus Park, for example, that's coming into the county inventory, and others that we may consider in the future. And so that's a part of their analysis. And I said lastly, this was intended to be lastly. Parks, Recs, and Trails planner. This is a conversation that Mindy and her team and I have had, that there is no Parks, Rec, and Trail planner for Lake County, and for I'll say an inventory of our size, and with an emphasis on programs and trails above and beyond parks. Me as a director, that's something that I really look at that we are sorely in need of. So that's the next step, and maybe a sneak peek into some of the staffing recommendations that may be coming down, aside from boots on the ground maintenance, which is to me that's the first priority. But if we're not planning, then we have to question if we're doing is the right plan. So I'll wrap it up there and welcome any of the board.
Thank you. Comments? Okay, go ahead.
You've already stated this, and I appreciate the presentation that we've had before us today, but to me, my number one thing, and you and I have had this discussion, Director Ewing, is making sure that we have the staffing to maintain our parks and keep a certain standard so that everyone visiting our parks have a great positive experience. So I'm looking forward to seeing those numbers, seeing how that compares with what we have budgeted. But I think that, as you stated, a plan to make sure that we know what we're doing rather than just randomly deciding we're going to do this and we're going to do that. There needs to be some strategy in how we're approaching our parks and how we're expanding our parks, especially when it comes to access. I appreciated the definitions of access. It's not just for young and old, it's for disabled as well as abled. I think that's very important to make that happen. So appreciate the presentation and love our park system. I'm going to quote, I forget his last name, but it's Mike. You know his last name from the aquatic center guy.
Oh, Shelato.
Shelato. To me, parks are part of our economic development. If we have attractive parks, it sends a message to folks that may or may not want to move here, and ensuring that we have quality park experience is going to help us in that economic development of the county. So appreciate this master plan.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, appreciate this update for what it answers and raises some questions that I'm very interested in. Lars, you and I have talked briefly about the parks that are under your jurisdiction, and then Highland Springs in my district is under Water Resources, and whether it's Water Resources or your department, everyone's tax thin. So definitely excited to see this process move forward. But I am very curious about how we're going to get either a synergy or come up with a common vision. And we have another item coming up on a JPA. So as all these various moving pieces come together, I'm kind of getting an idea that we need, if not a unified Parks and Recreation Department organizationally, but certainly some type of wedding of ideas so that we don't have multiple departments stretched thin, that we can actually have efficiencies. And I was excited to see the reference to disc golf in there, but I didn't see any active engagement with our disc golf community. We have a very robust disc golf community in Lake County. And so if we haven't had the opportunity to do active engagement, there's a Facebook page called Highland Springs Tea Times, which is a good place to reach out. Again, Highland Springs is closed right now because of the extreme weather and some very hazardous conditions out on the disc golf course. So I thank everyone for continuing to abide by that safety. But it's hard for me to even understand if we consider the trails incorporated in the disc golf itself as a trail that is falling within this assessment. So it is a series of trails that have baskets kind of around it. But I think if you were doing park planning or something like that, you would consider it as more of a feature than a trail. So I don't really know. So I was excited to see what input has been received. I would like to see some active outreach to our disc golfers, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for that. And it was referenced here, but I think it's important to note that we did intentionally include the two parks that are county but not public services. So this was truly a county parks outlook, and I appreciate both special districts and Water Resources involvement with the project to date and continued.
Great. And we have a hand up, Director Metcalf.
Yeah, you might think it's odd that I would make a comment here, but Lars and I in the past had talked about some of this stuff before, and though it was not in the presentation, awesome presentation, by the way, but just wanted to also point out the importance of parks and the positive impact it has on behavioral health. You've heard me say before, good physical health goes hand in hand with good behavioral health. And I just want to say that our department fully supports this effort, and whatever else we can do to help it along. It helps the folks that we serve. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Public comment, if you want to come up, you have 3 minutes.
Joan Moss. I'm sorry I didn't hear all of it. I wanted to know if Lake County Land Trust was involved in the planning, and they are a similar group. I don't know if they're nonprofit or not, but they certainly have a lot of land that they're involved with. I just was wondering if the woman had learned about Lake County Land Trust. Thank you.
I can answer that if you'd like. Yes, Lake County Land Trust has been contacted and is involved, whether it's on one of the stakeholder groups or on the steering committee. I apologize, I don't know directly, but I can certainly follow up with them. But I am in touch with the Land Trust.
They're on the steering committee, Lars.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I'm not seeing any other hands for people in the room, so I'll close public input. This is so near and dear to my heart. I'm always out on trails, hiking and biking, so I am delighted that we are moving forward with this and that trails are such an important component of this master plan. And I am really happy that there was wonderful representation from District 5 on your survey. I don't know how that happened.
Countywide, no, Mindy did reference the fact that we did make a big push. It was not just, let's put this thing out on Facebook. I mean, we did boots on the ground, posting in all the libraries, which thank you to Christopher Veach, grocery stores, post offices. We went out and hopefully you see it. They're here in the courthouse. So it was 571. While it's it's not a huge number, that's actually pretty good number from what I understand from Mindy with other responses. So. I appreciate my staff and Blue Point for making a big effort on that.
Yeah, great job. And I always, I talk about this as whole person healthcare, and Director Medcoff brought that up, and it is absolutely true. The more you're outside and moving your body, the better your overall health is, your mental health, your physical health, all of it. And, that's a commitment that this board has made to raise our health metrics. And so this is a piece of that. Anybody else have final comments? Go ahead.
571, huge because of the way it was structured. And one value in the survey was right up front, geolocation. Tell us where you live. So we have an understanding of not only what's important to you, but what in your area might be important to you. For anyone crafting online surveys, if you're not asking where the respondents live, you're kind of missing out on some good data. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mindy.
Mindy.
Thank you.
Mindy, thank you. All right. Our final timed item, 6.10, 10:45 a.m., consideration of a joint powers agreement to form the Lake County Recreation Agency Public Services.
Okay, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I appreciate the time for the board's consideration of this item. As has been discussed previously in this board meeting, and I'll set the stage a little bit with the history that this effort has behind it. The background that I put in the memo goes back to just September 2022. I didn't put all the history because it builds upon that. There's been a lot of effort towards initially the focus was a pool or aquatic center in Lake County, and that interest expanded into a recreation center, and we're to the point now where in September 2022 we presented the results of the feasibility study that was referenced earlier in your board meeting. That feasibility study was a joint effort between primarily the two cities, Lakeport and Clear Lake, and the county, and really was looking at analyzing potential sites, the needs and the potential sites for a recreation center and/or aquatic center. And as the board is aware, the two locations that the consultants identified and recommended were at Westside Park in Lakeport for an aquatic center, and at Burns Valley, a future Burns Valley Sports Complex in Clear Lake for a recreation center. Part of the recommendation in September was to continue moving forward with the potential establishment of a joint powers authority, and also to further investigate polling to get interest in a potential tax measure. Your board at that time directed staff to continue working towards that. And so the two cities and the counties continued with consultants to identify or prepare an agreement for a joint powers authority. So what is here in front of you is just that consideration of an agreement for a JPA. Now, the intent is that JPA, I think we're all familiar with what a JPA is. In this case, that JPA would be focused, the title is Lake County Recreation Agency. The intent is that it not be limited to the two facilities that we've been discussing. The intent is that it can include facilities that are focused on recreation for the county, so the county as a whole. So the agreement that is there, I'm happy to answer any questions at a high level. What is being proposed is a seven-member board, two from each jurisdiction, along with one at-large member who would be appointed by the JPA members. Not included in the action item here, and if we can't add it now, then I completely understand. But if your board is supportive of the JPA, I would request that we have two of your members that are appointed to that. So if we can't do that now, then I would come back at a later meeting to add that in. So I think at this point I can answer any questions, and I believe we have Assistant Manager Nick Walker from the City of Lakeport still here, and the two cities have passed the JPA at previous City Council meetings, and so we're here for that consideration.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to come up?
I didn't forewarn you.
No, thank you, Chair, Supervisors. As Lars mentioned, the City of Lakeport approved the JPA a couple weeks ago, and I feel like this is a unique kind of situation. I mean, we have the master plan happening. I'm on that steering committee. I've been heavily involved in this since 2020, and I think approving the JPA, will help move this forward. But with the request for the funding, it's a unique opportunity for the county as a whole to move Parks and Recreation forward. I mean, I think we talked about earlier how crazy a time we live in right now, and Parks and Rec, I think, is easy to kind of say, oh, well, that's, there's all these other issues that are more important. But as a lifelong resident of Lake County, my generation didn't have access to great facilities. There's a lot of facilities, but there's a lot of room for improvement. Now that I have young children to use these facilities, I don't want us to miss that opportunity again. And so I think with all the discussions and moving forward with Parks and Rec, I think this is just a unique opportunity to kind of move this forward. And the JPA is a way to incorporate not just these two facilities that we're focused on now, but to continue to build that program and really reach so many different groups in Lake County, and whether it's economic development or health metrics, really just make change here in Lake County. So from the city and personally, we just appreciate you guys taking this item, and hopefully you approve it.
Great, thank you.
Chair, if I could respond to one, or just add on to that. I'm going to say it in a different way, an exactly different way. As not a lifelong resident, but I was born and raised here, and so as a kid, I feel like we had more facilities then. So there was a pool that I could go to.
He's younger.
True. I went to the school. A lot of people would go to the school to do a lot of, they'd use the gym, and now the impression is, do we really want to invite the public to go to the school and use the facilities? I'm not in the school world, but it just seems that there's less. I used to have practices as a kid at the school, for youth programs that were not through the school. Now that push seems to be, you need to find another place primarily for security reasons. So I want to say it a different way, that I think we don't have as many facilities as I had when I was a kid.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, go ahead.
Quick question, not sure if it's a matter of next steps rather than now, but in forming a JPA, there's the potential for funds to start trickling in that help support what the JPA's mission is. Who is the lead? And where's the account? Who's taking that responsibility?
And I'll do my best to answer at the level that I'm aware of. The JPA is the entity that would be the legal entity, and I'm using that term, so I would appreciate some commentary. But the JPA is the entity that does that. The intent is that the JPA would then, through a community facilities district, get some sort of revenue measure, so a taxing measure to do that. But I would appreciate any the L word of legal. I'll refer to both my dad or Anita. And in this case, it's Anita.
All right, Nick?
Anita.
Oh,
She can give the legal.
I would prefer Anita. Nick, I like you, but I
will give a legal opinion.
well, who's taking the lead? Is that the county or is it?
Well, both.
Okay,
All
but-
the entities combine, the JPA then becomes the entity. The county is not on the hook. If the
Okay.
JPA is formed, then it's not the county nor the two cities that are the, I believe that language is in the resolution.
Yeah.
Right.
But we have other JPAs that take a certain amount of support to get up and going. And so is it going to be 100% standalone or is it going to require support from the cities or and
Well,
the county?
I'll read one of the whereases and maybe I'll, before I do that, Anita, if you have a comment, otherwise I can do my best, but my best will pale in comparison to yours.
Well, I was just going to state that when you're talking about joint powers agreements, you can create a separate independent authority, which is what's happening here, or you can just enter into a joint powers agreement. Now, this is going to be creating the authority, and that authority has separate legal standing. However, your points are well taken with regard to who's going to be handling the administration, because there are administration functions, there are auditing requirements, there are reports to the state. And so Lars may be able to speak to the particulars of that in the agreement, but there will be obligations, and the membership, once a board is convened, is going to have to make certain determinations as to how those things are going to be handled. There are references to holding regular meetings and special meetings, and the secretary of the authority is going to be keeping the minutes, et cetera. Names the officers, which of course is expected. You're going to have officers for this. But exactly who's going to be keeping the records and how that's going to be done, I would think that perhaps as drafter of the agreement, you may be able to speak to what's contemplated there.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I wasn't envisioning the administrative part, but that certainly does fall on staff for the time being. And while it's not written in the communications with the two cities and the county, it was a bit of a shared responsibility if that's a potential. But there is nothing hard and fast written to that effect.
Yeah, I would just add that, the JPA board would start making decisions based on how that did look. On some of the costs that we've shared related to the feasibility work and also the legal work to put together the JPA, we've developed a cost-sharing agreement that we've kind of used regularly, and I assume if the JPA board was interested in hiring a staff person, we would follow that same sort of cost sharing. Otherwise, I've been volunteering my time, so has Lars, so has Alan, so has City Manager Kevin Ingram, and we fully anticipate continuing to provide staff level assistance to that board to help things move.
I would recommend that at the point when there is a fully constituted board, that there be something in writing that clarifies exactly, because everyone volunteering their time is terrific, and hopefully that can work out, but it's going to have to be a coordinated effort in order to be effective. Otherwise, it'll just be several different people doing the same thing.
Right, and coordinated and sustainable. Yeah.
And that's the word that I was just about to say, is I'm just looking for sustainability to ensure that when you are all gone, that there's something set in place, and it's not that we have a structure, and it would be nice if once that structure has been created on who's holding the finances, who's reviewing the finances, who's auditing and who's taking orders from the board in order to move forward, that be written down somewhere and shared with us so we understand if we're asking our staff to do some of that, if it's shared between all staff, or if it's a different city that's taken that on. I know, for example, the JPA for PEG, that the city of Clear Lake, instead of providing some of the funds, they give us in-kind contribution to do our finances, for example, things like that. So I just would like to know what that looks like to ensure that it's a strong start that can continue into the future.
And I appreciate that, and what I would recommend or offer is that in the current schedule that's proposed for the JPA and ultimately even a community facilities district and the polling associated with it is one of the first steps is the bylaws at the JPA, and I think that would be an opportunity. But I'll carry this back to the staff at the three jurisdictions to ensure that they hear that as well.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thanks. Broadly supportive, but also concerned. I know that the genesis of this JPA stems from the long-running effort to study our recreation centers or aquatic centers. That's one effort. We just heard about a park trail inventory and stuff like that. Hopefully will lead to a master plan of sorts, maybe at Highland Springs. I feel like we're kind of creating a push me, pull you here, not to use a really old reference from Dr. Doolittle days, but should we pull the trigger and create this JPA, there's either going to be this assumption going in that it is going to be focused on the facilities, and yet we've also heard that there's any number of operations and maintenance issues going on with our existing park inventory. And I don't have any draft bylaws here to look at, and I don't know who's going to be appointed to the JPA, and I don't know what the vision is of this. But I want to acknowledge, if only because I don't know where this would go, honestly, because we're not giving it any direction. So it seems to be, on the one hand, there's this big all-hands-on-deck push to move toward to these recreational facilities, possibly with a request to the voters for some supplemental funding through a tax measure, and this broader need to identify where we're at with our existing county parks and whatever facilities, operations and maintenance for existing facilities, and if there's opportunities for new facilities in those same parks. So I don't want to be like poo-pooing the recreational and aquatic facilities, but I also don't want to ignore the broader vision, which is our park system, which probably needs a lot of TLC. And this JPA could be helpful in that regard, but not if the JPA internally has this own kind of mindset that we're going to focus on these recreation centers first. So to the extent the cities have weighed this same thing when they signed on to the JPA, did they sign up for a truly countywide recreation agency, or did they sign on for a JPA that in their minds is focused on the facilities that we talked about?
Well, I'll be upfront and honest. What the genesis of what started this was what I referenced earlier was a pool. I mean, that's how this started, and it has expanded quite a bit, and that's why a JPA is even envisioned. If it was a pool in one location, I don't think we would be talking about a JPA. But the notion of the two incorporated cities in Lake County, and then expanding that to consideration of facilities outside of the incorporated city, and that the JPA, the agreement itself, is not inclusive of those two facilities. It references recreation facilities in Lake County. It doesn't say exactly what it will be, but the intent with having your board members as two members there at the JPA level, that's the opportunity to identify what are the facilities that we want to have under this JPA, as opposed to what facilities should stay at the county level. That's a consideration that I think is important to understand. To me, is I need to know at the public services level what parks and trails and recreation programs would stay with the county, and what might your board be interested in having handled through the JPA. There isn't an answer of what above and beyond the two. The aquatic center and the recreation center, there's no answer as to what additionally might be included in this JPA, but the vision is certainly that it is not limited to those two.
Yeah, and I would just add, obviously, can't speak for the city of Clear Lake. However, this isn't the first time we've brought this item in front of elected officials, and we've heard the board's, I don't want to say concern, but desire to have facilities outside of the incorporated areas, right? I mean, that's been heard loud and clear, and I think that we've gotten this far because at least the city of Lakeport, and I believe the city of Clear Lake, understand that that is the bigger vision. I would also add that the reason, one of the reasons why Parks and Rec is at the state as it is, not in the county, in the collective county, including the incorporated cities, is because none of us have been able to do it by ourselves, right? And so this is the first time where we're saying, well, let's get together, right? Let's improve Parks and Rec in the county together. And so I think, this is the first step to seeing where that goes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And Mr. Walker stole some of my thunder in my comment, but yeah, exactly. We've talked about the North Shore. We want to make sure, look to see what's available, what can we do over there, because we don't want to create things that are too far out of reach. We talked about it in our master plan presentation about access. So that was the concern brought up, and that was something that we're looking at. And I believe that even those involved in creating the JPA have agreed that that's going to be an important aspect to look into. I know we've also talked about maybe like facilities that already exist, like adding the Middletown pool into the JPA to ensure that sustainability and longevity of those types of facilities. So I think that we are looking at the bigger picture, and I think it is about time that we all work together to build the things that we have not been able to build because we're looking bigger. We're trying to reach a little further.
And I appreciate I wasn't going to go so far as to mention Middletown Pool, for example, but both of the facilities that we're talking about building, they require staffing to operate it on an ongoing basis, not just maintenance staff going around, but a potential way of looking at this are facilities that do require a lifeguard, someone at the front desk. Those are the type of facilities that I think are envisioned under this JPA. But it's certainly not limited to that. That's just a way that I've been looking at this.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to the public. If there's anyone in the room that would like to comment on this item or in the Zoom room. I'm not seeing any hands. Not seeing anyone coming up. So I'll close public input and bring it back to the board.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think the overall concept of the JPA is the right way to go. Everybody's working together in the same direction. But being a part of multiple different JPAs, it is a challenge to look at. I know it's been talked about, a tax measure to help move it forward, but we all know that is a challenge. That is something that will take work to get done and put through in the right way. So obviously being part of the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority, the JPA, glad to have both cities, the tribes, everybody on there, but the funding is always a challenge to make it sustainable. Also part of the Workforce Alliance in North Bay that the counties are a part of, or the county is a part of. Myself and Chair Pyska sit on that board. When I first came on board, it was a JPA that was handled, the administration part was handled by NAPA in the beginning. 3 years ago, we made a change as a board to be I think it's a 501c3 to bring on the employees directly onto the JPA. That was a big lift. We were able to get that completed, but there's a lot of funding that comes through for workforce development and other things from state and federal level to help support that. So just want to really make sure that you guys are hearing and listening about, that sustainability part of the JPA is a challenge. Even with our abandoned vehicle abatement program, which we do get funds back from the state of California for abandoned vehicles, it's only $1 per registration, so it's a challenge every year. We've taken a few years since we've gotten back to make sure that we have enough money for the budgets on a biannual basis and continuing to move that forward. But that is Station 2 in our Community Development Department. So there is an administrative cost that the county bears on that too. So in favor of it, but it is a big lift, and we're currently just trying to get our feet under the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority, which has come a long ways. But we also went out to our directors and others to look to see if they would contribute, have some skin in the game too. So it is a challenge. Having it structured the right way is really important. And if you remember, when we created the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority, there was also an ordinance being created. There was kind of two things going on at once. But we have the JPA now, and we're going to continue to try and grow that, and, just be prepared for it, Lars. That's all I can say. We're here to support where we can, but I just want to make it very clear, Michael, when this JPA is formed, that executive board, whatever the two board members are going to sit on there from here, it is an independent board. The Board of Supervisors won't say, this is what you guys are going to do, this is what we recommend, but the JPA, the directors on that board, it's an independent, joint powers agreement. They're going to make their own decisions, so. All right. That's all I have.
If there's no further comments, I offer the resolution.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. And if I could come back to get some, maybe some direction from administration. I apologize for this, the appointment of members. I assume that would be at a later date.
Yes, we can bring it back next week
Thank
if
you.
you're prepared to do so.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Do you want to stay here?
I'm happy to.
Okay.
I assume I'm staying for,
7.4, consideration of contract change order number 1 for the Hill Road Correctional Facility Standby Generator Project, bid number 22-08, Public Services.
okay. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. Here for the board is a contract change order for this project. The project is a generator at the jail. Your board may be aware that there is a generator there now, an existing outdated and undersized, to be honest, generator that was sized for the jail when it was initially constructed, and since that time there have been different phases that have been added on, and the generator was never upsized. So this project adds a generator. The generator is in place, operational, and providing power as necessary to the majority of the jail in the event of an outage. The project is not complete, though. There is still what's called an ATS, an automatic transfer switch that is required. There's a long lead time on that, and that's a component of this. So while the project is, the generator is there, and I wanted to ensure that you're aware of that, it is tied into the facility. This change order addresses a few items that are required for that. One is electrical grounding. It was an identification during installation that grounding, specific grounding for electrical was required. Another part was what's called a remote annunciator in the control tower, so that they have direct awareness of the status of the generator. And then I mentioned earlier the automatic transfer switch. The initial automatic transfer switch that the contractor ordered, we identified after the fact that it wasn't going to be delivered, I think, until summer of 2024. So we shifted, and they found another vendor who could get it earlier, and there's an additional cost to getting it here faster. Associated with that is the fact that while we are not, that automatic transfer switch is not installed, we worked with jail staff to ensure that they were supportive of tying in the new generator to the facility's existing transfer switch. So in short, what this change order would do would be allow the contractor to tie into the existing building with the new generator, and the old generator, which we anticipate keeping, that will not be tied into the building for the time being, which is fine. The new generator is it's bigger, better, and all around better. But ultimately, when we get the new automatic transfer switch, it's actually two of them, and we will have a new ATS for the new generator as well as the old generator, at which point when we need to replace that, it'll be a direct swap out with another generator. But that project isn't even envisioned at this point in time. So for the board's consideration is this change order that addresses grounding, the automatic transfer switch, and a remote annunciator. And the change order amount is $31,038 from the original contract amount of $507,456 for a revised contract total of $538,494.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier.
So can you provide me the information of what was updated on the change order? Because the number was still the same. The identified changes were still the same, but there's an update that was provided, I think, Monday, and I wasn't quite sure what.
The update was simply that the contractor signed.
Okay, that's right. I did notice the signature. Okay. So
No changes to anything else.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have a question?
No,
Okay.
I read through. I'm good to go.
Oh, your pen was up.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. All right. Anyone from the public? No hands up. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the contract change order number 1 for the Hill Road Correctional Facility Standby Generator Project, bid number 22-08.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Lars. Should we take lunch? 12:15, and we'll come back at 1:15. Okay, welcome back to our meeting. We'll start with item 7.2, consideration and discussion of rescinding resolution number 2020-22, approve continuation of a local health emergency related to the 2019 coronavirus, COVID-19, as proclaimed by the Lake County Public Health Officer. CAO Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Last week, your board pulled item resolution number 2020-22 and requested that admin seek the advice of the PHO to determine whether this needs to be continued to be on the agenda. And there is a letter in your packet. I'm just going to read the last paragraph into the record. I believe that the continued enforcement of an emergency declaration is no longer necessary given the current state of the pandemic. Per the direction of the California Department of Public Health, the Health Service Department will ensure that any changes in the community-based spread of COVID-19 that could impact the county is communicated. Thank you for your consideration of this request. Sincerely, Dr. Carl Sporer.
Okay. We have comments from the board?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for bringing this back this week.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, getting ready to get this turkey gone. But a question, so much came out of this, including, I don't know what iteration it's in, but our COVID work policy, our work site policy. So impact of I assume that will stand in some sense as a permanent policy, or could be morphed into a permanent aerosol transmissible disease policy. So it may not be directly linked to the resolution here, but I'm just curious what we have or can make permanent in what we've learned over the past 3 years, because clearly the state of emergency, as long as there's no cost recovery going on, the resolution can go bye-bye, but a lot has happened in the last 3 years, and part of it has greatly impacted remote work, how we design our workspaces, how we congregate in crowded rooms and stuff like that. So is our worksite policy going to survive if we take this resolution?
Yes, it will. And what we can do, and I see she's right there. Ms. Samick can answer your question better than I can.
Yes. Good afternoon, Pam Samick, HR Director. The temporary emergency standards cease to be the middle of February, and it'll become a part of our injury and illness prevention program. So risk management will be taking that back over now that they have a risk person on staff. We're reviewing that, and that should be published very soon with updated forms, because we still have to investigate. and some procedures related to workers' comp. So that should be coming out very shortly.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Anyone from the public? I see no hands in the Zoom room. Okay, bring it back to the board for action.
So just a motion then, correct? Madam
To
Chair,
to rescind.
To
I
rescind.
move to rescind resolution number 2020-22 entitled Approved Continuation of a Local Health Emergency Related to the 2019 Coronavirus, COVID-19, as proclaimed by the Lake County Public Health Officer.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. My volume was off, sorry.
Did you oppose it?
No, I was saying aye.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you. Motion passes. 7.3, does that work for you? Okay. Discussion and consideration of potential funding source for Mike Marsh EMS Consulting in the amount of $20,000 for emergency ambulance strike team support through Regional Disaster Management Services Association resource order request to decompress 2 overwhelmed hospitals during emergency proclamation winter storm.
Thank you, Chair. Last week, we requested permission to look further into the ask to use ARPA funds for this funding. We found that it was an eligible ARPA expense. However, I can't speak to the contract, and I can't speak to any questions the board may have. I asked Director Portney to be in attendance to answer any of those questions.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Not as of yet.
Or did you want to speak on this, Director Portney, first?
Yes, that
Oh,
was
okay, sorry.
possible.
Go ahead.
First order of business, I just have a question. I noticed on the agenda items, the memos are not active for all the memo links. Is it possible to get those, at least this one, activated for records or add it to attachment?
Johanna, do you want to?
That'd be really helpful.
Yeah, so
for the
we've been having issues with Granicus, but there are 2 alternative ways to view the memos. You can look at the agenda packet and scroll to that item where the memo would be. Or if you go to the agenda page, you can click meeting details, and then you can click on the file for the item, and then click legislative text, I think it is, and then that'll open the memo.
Thank you, Jen. I greatly appreciate that. So we're here today to talk about a contract that we have already had in place since the 24th with Mike Marsh Consulting when the emergency proclamation was in place for the winter storm. A little bit of historical context, as you all know, we have an interim, wonderful PHO, Public Health Officer, Dr. Carl Spohr. And part of the original agreement with Dr. Spohr was that he'd be available to serve at PHO capacity, but when things go bang and we need emergency response, supports would be leveraged like Mike Marsh Consulting to help with disaster response. So with me today, I have representatives from Sutter Health, Adventist Health, and Mike Marsh Consulting who were very collaboratively working together to decompress both hospitals and preserve the quality of life for our residents. Now, I want us to keep in mind that this is not necessarily looking prospectively. This contract is looking retrospectively to settle dues that we needed to expend for Mike Marsh's services, and that is through the 23rd effectively the 24th through the 1st. And what Mike Marsh was able to do was fulfill aspects of the 17 functionalities of the medical health operations area coordination and partnership. And the reason why, again, going back to my original comment, is because we did not have at this time, and I know you're actively working on it, a full-time PHO. So that's a part of the agreement. Now, something that I think is really important is what happened on the between the 23rd and even, well, it just stopped up till today and maybe into the foreseeable future, is we had unforeseen, often term used unprecedented snowstorm here in Lake County. Our county was isolated, blocked off, not able to get transport in or out, especially on the 23rd through the 25th, when the hospitals were trying to decompress, which is essentially removing heads from beds, transferring patients port to port. When they got into their queues to try to find resources to move people, patients, there were none available in our county. So what do we do? What do they do? The hospitals, once something goes bang and there's no resources available, they contact the medical health operations area coordinator, in this case me. Understanding that there were 55,000 residents, I believe that was the projected number at this time, out of service, out of power, landlocked. My phones weren't working, some of my emails weren't working. We had to leverage all the resources that we have in our toolbox to make sure that the hospital's request to decompress were met. And that's the obligation that we have to the county as the medical health operations area coordinator. Now, I see here that a attachment from the, I believe it's Willie Cepeda, president of the Chiefs Association, wrote in with, I don't know who, but a consortium of folks to identify a disagreement with this payment, indicating use of tax dollars. I believe maybe provided in the letter, day-to-day, sunny skies, the operations that he outlined would suffice. I also really enjoyed seeing that he's going to be hosting some events at the hospitals for training. I see a reference to maybe we should give this money to Morgan Fox, who's our 90 days new. I believe it's 90 days, could be 60. She's on, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, 60 to 90 days new, North Coast EMS coordinator, who respectfully admitted that, she's still grounding herself with the processes. So she's grateful that we took on this responsibility. So I think that the points that are made in this rebuttal to this expense are past due because the service has already been provided. But again, going back to my first statement that per our interim contract with Dr. Spohr, we will plan to, if God forbid another emergency happens where we need to decompress hospitals, if we do not have adequate staffing and cannot manage it ourselves, we will continue to use the resource. Now, the reason why I bring it to this topic, to the board agenda, and to you today, is these events, right, are expensive to the hospital, to our self-funded department. And I'm grateful to the administrative office that they were able to speak with the powers that be to leverage ARPA funding to cover this, which was originally meant to go to the LIMSA RFP process, which, surprising, if you look at it, as we were trying to round out the contract, MOOC and 17 functionalities are in there. So the money is well used through ARPA to justify this expense, but neither here nor there. What I will say is this is not a one-off event. And again, God forbid, we have another series of events, right, like this, where we need to decompress hospitals. Throughout this board meeting, it was indicated that our population is getting older, our population is getting more vulnerable. And they're not relocating. So we're going to see continued hospital burden scores increase potentially. So this isn't a one-off type of event, right? But it is an event. And so what I want to express to the board is the importance of covering this cost, surely, but also taking into consideration what future events look like, right? And so understanding this came out of ARPA funding, and I believe there's maybe $45,000 left in ARPA funding that's already allocated. If we have 3 more events like this into 2024, right, it's exhausted. Then where does this emergency funding to this type of need come from? And that's something to look prospectively at, because we cannot refuse, once the hospitals call the MOOC, to say, sorry, we can't help you, but it is at a cost. And so I'll digress. And I know that we are in a phase of questions and comments. So if appropriate, I would like to pass it to any of my peers who have comments or questions on the issue, or by all means, the board can advise accordingly. Thank you.
Is there questions from the board right now? Or do you want to hear from?
Is there, if there's more, I'd like to hear it all.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so we have hands up. We have Tim Stevens. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for allowing me a moment to talk. I am the Chief Administrative Officer for Sutter Lakeside. And first I want to thank the county for standing up and helping there in this situation. You know, the hospitals both here are in the community and you know, attempting to take care of the citizens and work in this space. You know, we've not been asked in the past to really stand up EMS services and be in this space. So, you know, when you talk about the hospitals being overloaded, I think the entire county was overloaded at this time. It wasn't just Sutter Lakeside or Adventist. I think the whole county was overloaded at this time and needed to decompress beyond just the hospitals in that sense. And, you know, we're certainly willing to do whatever we can do to help, you know, build something more sustainable in this space. You know, currently, you know, the EMS service and the ambulance service, you know, we rely on the fire department and other agencies to do that. There's been a lot of discussion if that should be a Sutter responsibility and Advent Health responsibility. Adventist, I'm sorry, I came from Florida and Advent Health was there. You know, that's certainly something I have talked to a couple of chiefs about and interested in exploring. How do we create a better partnership to care for this community? I live in this community and I'm part of the community, and I don't want to be the next person that needs to be transferred out when the system's overloaded. So I appreciate the county stepping up and helping out and helping the citizens, which every one of the people in our hospitals are taxpayers and important to this community. So certainly a lot more to discuss. I think that kind of gives an overview of my view.
Thank you. Dr. Bloom?
Sorry, I apologize. I seem to be having a problem with my camera, so I apologize that I'm not on screen as the camera is on. But I also did want to express my my thanks to the county and my thanks to the Department of Public Health during this event. We multiple times had an overwhelmed and overloaded emergency department. At one point, I believe that we had 11 of our 12 emergency department beds with very ill patients requiring transfer. And certainly we cannot continue to provide the services for our residents of our county in our emergency department if we only have one room available to see patients and no ability to transfer patients out. So we are grateful and thank you for the services that were provided and for the ability to call for help through our ESF 8 function and our Department of Public Health and our governmental functions. I would also like to state that the issues that Director Portnoy had mentioned regarding the ongoing need is absolutely true. And to Tim Stevenson's point, for the residents of our county, this is an ongoing, anticipated to be an ongoing problem and an ongoing need, and actually affects us not only during events such as we experienced with the snowstorm, but affects us on a much more regular basis when there's weather or when there are local resources not available, which unfortunately is quite frequent. So this topic is quite near and dear to me and to the function of this hospital, and to be prepared and able to care for the residents of our county appropriately when the need is there in emergency situations. I just wanted to put a little color, and I'm not sure if I actually will cede time to the other folks with their hands up. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline Orr?
Thank you. I also just wanted to echo my peers. That weekend was a very scary weekend. I'm glad our community doesn't always see what's going around in the background. Our EMS system, our services are brittle day to day, but when you throw in a storm like that into the situation, that heightens the level of gaps and how brittle the system is. Picture your loved one, your wife, your father, your mother, your son, your daughter needing to get somewhere for an intervention that is going to save their life. And when you call the system for help, there's no transport, there's no availability of anybody to come and get them where they need to be. I am very thankful that we have Mohawk and the support from the county for everybody, be they full-time employees, consultants, contractors. We were so thankful for the help we got that weekend, but it does concern me, the stress and the cracks on this system. And I really hope we learn from this, that there needs to be long-term solutions from all partners in this, and that so important to help stand up resources that unfortunately we were not able as a county to provide. Our EMS system was just not able to be, they were out doing a lot of important things for our community members. And so when you call and you're needing to be transported somewhere, be it for a stroke or an MI or a heart attack, it can't be 48, 68 hours that you're going to sit somewhere without transport. And so bringing it back to the patient, bringing it back to us, our community members, each of us are patients. I ask that this team look at this service that's currently being provided and work towards long-term solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ed Beltran?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Ed Beltran. I am the Director of Emergency Services here at Adventist Health. And I want to just kind of share a little bit of a perspective that I had as I was the incident commander for the event and spent about 12 hours here in the hospital prior to being relieved by somebody. And so what I want to share with you is that, I'm no stranger to disasters or hospital management in that sense. I was on duty the day of the Camp Fire in Paradise, California, the day that event struck the hospital there. So I'm quite familiar with having to do emergency evaluation, treatment, triage, and evacuation of a hospital. That being said, one of the things that gave me a great cause for worry is that I'm a combat veteran. And one of the things that I don't enjoy doing is having to have a conversation with my providers on duty and asking them to triage people and decide who is going to have to take one of the limited ambulances that could potentially come in and who is going to have to stay behind. And that's a difficult conversation to have outside of a battlefield because we're here to save lives, we're here to take care of people. This situation has exposed a large gap in the services that's provided to the county. And this deficit has a great impact to the county in the sense that we need more of these services and the availability of these services to deliver adequate patient care, to be able to get these people to the locations that they need to go to when the facilities in county can't deliver the services that they need. So it is one of those things that I do have quite a bit of cause for concern about. I can certainly validate what has been shared by our peers so far. This is something that I feel like needs to be fully investigated. I'm quite thankful for Mike Marsh and getting together the strike teams that we had, Jonathan as well and his role in that. And I just appreciate the opportunity to express this to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Sabatier.
So I just want to make sure that we focus on the item in hand, which is basically where the funding comes from. Our directors have the ability to spend up to $25,000. So the question is not necessarily whether the contract or services were necessary. It's more of who's going to pay for it and what out of which budget. And right now it's being offered that it could come out of the ARPA funds. The IFT issues that we have within our hospital systems are very real, are known, and there is some work in the background that's maneuvering to figure out how to bring solutions to the surface, and looking forward to those coming out. And I think that we're looking at an event that occurred that was definitely everything from roads to hospitals to schools, everything shut down for a moment, and having to figure out how to navigate through that. It was very difficult, and that includes the hospital settings. So again, I want us to, I'd like for us to focus more on the $20,000 and the who's paying for it and out of what budget. So I have a couple of questions, and I appreciate Director Portney's time. I did spend a little bit of time with him reviewing some of this, and I do have some questions still that remains. One is, when looking at the scope of service of what was provided, a lot of that seems to be within the scope of North Coast EMS. Is it possible to build North Coast EMS for doing the work that was provided? Because the work provided was absolutely necessary. We needed to provide something for our hospitals to decompress, but just kind of curious if that's a potential avenue for payment.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier, for the question. It is on the record when I asked if this is something that would be facilitated by North Coast EMS. It was indicated that North Coast EMS is administrative only, and so they would not be filling the functionality of the Mohawk in this situation. So in short, no, they would not be filling this. And now, no, they would not be filling this.
Okay. And I don't know enough to agree or disagree, but a part of me feels that is a piece of the puzzle at the very least, maybe not the entirety of it. Also, in the sense that the hospitals made the request, the hospitals being part of an emergency system and the hospitals also not being public agencies, have the hospitals been offered to see if they can pitch in to help pay for the requirements of what was needed to help them decompress?
So to answer that question, Supervisor, the hospital was actually very generous in covering and sharing actually between the hospital's costs for the strike team, for example. An ambulance strike team in full can range anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 per team. And prior to be fiscally responsible and respect taxpayer dollar, when the ask was triggered for the MOAC, the hospital came to the table and we had open conversation around, what they could cover. And they said, you know what, this is an emergency. We're going to cover the cost for the strike team. So they were, and we did, the health department, the MOAC, did our part to make sure that we were fiscally responsible with the taxpayer dollar to find the best value with the highest quality of care for the patient. So in short, to answer your question, both hospitals stepped up, they worked together, and they paid their fair due.
Okay. And then the last part, obviously, is we're looking at potentially the ARPA funds. I know that we have gone through a process to figure out where the ARPA funds are going, and that some funds were set aside for public health, as you stated, for the RFP. I don't know if that's the best source to come from, but I know that there are other sources. I know that I've been through and looking at your budget as well. I know that unfortunately, and I don't mean to bring it up for any other purpose than this conversation, but I know that you have a high vacancy rate at this moment in time, so I know the funds are available there. And the fact also that the ARPA has gone through a process such as the ARPA committee to review and approve expenditures prior to going to the Board of Supervisors, which this has not done. So those are my questions, and happy to listen to my colleagues to figure out exactly what the right direction will be.
To answer the last question around the budget, we are the health department. Some may and some may not know, but we're considered a self-funded department. And when we look at vacancy rates, a lot of our contracts that we have are coming to term in 2024. So some of those may not be the most fiscally valuable to fill at this point. For example, building out a robust COVID-19 team to respond to COVID-19. Now, we're not out of the woods yet, right? Just 2 weeks ago, we were in the low tier. Now we're in the medium tier. That's why in the memo that we drafted from Dr. Spohr, we still want to exercise caution. But when it comes to, vacancies in our department, the money, since we're self-funded, is allocated per grant to fulfill a certain role. So it's not like we have free-floating money around to cover costs like this. That are, thank you.
Thank you.
So given that this happened during a declared disaster, a now declared disaster, is this something that can be recovered?
I don't know if
This is a question.
Yeah, question for you. Yeah.
The funds for, I don't believe so. Well, maybe in the future, we just got paid, I think 7 years later for, emergency response for, maybe one of the fires that happened a while ago. So it takes a long time to maybe trickle back. Maybe we could find a way to do that, but I know the consultant, needs to maintain a roof over his head if we're on the table. So I'm pretty sure they're ambitious to get paid as soon as possible, but maybe retrospective pay is something that I can look into with the sheriff's office and the county admin.
And can you tell me how many days this contract was for again? I think you said the 23rd or the 24th through March 1st?
Yep, so the 24th up to, so the 23rd through the 1st of this month was the duration of the event, which we're closing out right now, an after action report for your review. Now, the contract has not been terminated as of yet because I was waiting to get feedback on the emergency declaration from the EOC. Now, what we are seeing is that understanding that emergency proclamation or declaration may still need to maintain while the county admin department does their due diligence. In good faith, I believe that we are in a prime spot to now terminate this contract after we figure out how we can get the contractor paid. So it's still active and it's pending termination. Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Sabatier.
I'm glad Chair Pyska mentioned it. That was actually one of the points I wanted to make, and absolutely, I would say work with either admin, Sheriff Howe, or auditor controller who deals with our emergency financing to make sure that everything is on the books in the appropriate way so that we can look to get that reimbursement. Because in the long run, whether it comes today or 7 years later, if we can get reimbursed, we should definitely be applying that. And of course, that does not mean that the contractor would be waiting for that reimbursement. That would be ridiculous. But it's always nice to get repaid and reimbursed from whatever agency, whether it's Cal OES or FEMA or whatever is available to us.
So, but does that, if we're using ARPA funds, can we use it for funding that we plan to get reimbursed for, because then it's going to be coming right back to us?
We'll have to look into it.
And the answer would be no, because it has to be spent by 2024. And then at that point, whatever we get reimbursed, we would probably have to give back if that was reimbursing our ARPA funds.
Right. Any other questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, it just sounds like we're just here to pay a bill. And I've heard a whole lot of talk from those assembled. And of course, there are people not able to be with us today who also wanted to talk about things probably other than just how do we pay this bill. And I'm sensitive to the idea there may be other pots of money, but what I'm looking at, staffers recommended we use ARPA money, which is emergency money in its own sense. So I think whatever concerns may be about the broader scheme of things and how we're handling transfers out during good times, and sounds like during the end of February it was very far afield from those good times. It sounds like it was kind of scary. But we're not here to litigate that and discuss next steps on that. We're here to consider how to pay for what is a very small-scale contract that the Health Services Director let in his discretion as the MOAC. I don't see any compelling reason why we would spend a huge amount of time looking for other pots of money or stuff like that. I assume there's one more deliverable out of this contract, and that's the after-action report. Certainly that'll be fodder for discussion later on down the road. But how about we pay the contractor, and then we can actually get that after-action report, and then we can all come back and have another more robust discussion at another meeting about the future of how we handle these things. So I'm ready to proceed with this as presented, unless there's some more pressing concerns that my colleagues have.
Okay. Go ahead.
He might not.
Oh,
Is that
Director
me?
Courtney. Yeah.
Yeah, just in response to Supervisor Green. So it was only maybe 2 weeks ago that we got approval to use ARPA funding, and we have to put on the board of agenda, I think it's 2 weeks in advance. So this is a placeholder to ensure that this is where you want to use the funding so that we are maintaining fiscal integrity. So, and if I had this money floating around, we wouldn't be here today, right? But this isn't money that, I can just dictate when and where and how to use it. So that's why it's on the board agenda for today. And it sounds like we have a general consensus that, we can move forward and use this funding. And this is great news. I know myself, the team, contractor, we're all excited for that. And, we appreciate you and the board fulfilling the request.
Okay. Well, I have a concern. I I think we should be submitting this for reimbursement and making sure that it comes back to us in whatever timeline it needs. And if this is a request for ARPA funds, it should go through the ARPA committee. So those are my two issues with this request.
So it has gone through the ARPA committee, and that's what took 2 weeks to get the confirmation that we now have today.
No, because we're on the ARPA committee.
It was indicated to me that it got approved.
Okay.
So.
Stephen?
Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer. So $200,000 from the committee was set aside specifically for EMS activities in the contract. And we felt that this is actually part of EMS contracting. It's just not, exactly what the committee envisioned. But there was $200,000 set aside for this type of EMS activity. It's just supposed to be one contract.
Okay.
All right, so, there we go. Just a couple questions just to, I guess, circle back. You did address the letter from the chiefs, and I just wanted to just ask again, you might have said this, but I just want to make sure. The work that was conducted, is it redundant work that was conducted that was done by some other entity or other agency or anything like that? That's what I'm getting from the letter, if that makes sense, that it was redundant work.
Yeah, and with all due respect, I didn't really understand the letter because it's maybe looking at, future endeavors. Again, on a sunny, clear day, that letter makes sense, but this is looking retrospectively.
On the emergency.
I don't. No, there's no redundancy. When something would go bang and the hospital calls the MOAC, we would follow this protocol per the drop down if no resources were available anyways. Just to be transparent, the letter didn't make sense, and that's why I was asking if the memos were activated, because maybe they wouldn't have submitted that if they maybe read the memo. I don't know, but. That letter doesn't correlate with the situation at hand. Maybe they didn't have historical context, but if they need historical context, then feel free to reach out and I'll be able to update them. Feel bad they wasted their time. It was well crafted, and again, I'm really excited to see what they're doing with the trainings in the hospital, and it read well.
Okay, thank you. And so since it's retrospective, my next question doesn't matter. I was going to ask how it states also to appropriate funding towards North Coast EMS, but as you say, it's a different situation, so I don't even worry about that question. Thanks.
Yeah, and I guess my comments, Stephen, thank you for coming up and clarifying that, because I just want to make sure that the $200,000 that was allocated for EMS purposes, it does say contract, this 20,000 would just come out of that. He's saying it'll be 180 that's available for the contract now in the 20. So for me, I know the ARPA board probably did not envision this instance happening. I don't think anybody did. That's why we were kind of caught off guard there. And, in this circumstance, I would definitely agree. Any other ARPA funds need to go through the ARPA program, but being that it's in line with what was approved, EMS medical services, that's why I'm prepared to move forward. So it's not like out of left field here. Now, the emergency was, but I think it stays in line with what the amount was approved for. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, and the reason I have a problem with it is because we put aside this $200,000 for, proactively working on the issues that we have. And this draws down at $20,000 that we will not get back. And I would like to see this submitted as part of our disaster, and I don't know where that funding comes from, so that we can seek reimbursement for it. Go ahead.
So I guess just my final comment, obviously this needs to be paid. We asked somebody to do some services. Services were rendered. And again, just to repeat myself, the director has the ability to spend up to $25,000 without approaching us. This is about where the money comes from. I'd like to, I know we have funds in other buckets that we can use, and I'd like to just say, admin, please, I want to not give back $20,000, and I think it's worth it to spend our 20 rather than spending the ARPA and getting refunded at one point and having to give anything back. The ARPA funds that were set aside for the 200,000 is for exactly what our hospitals just spoke about, which is the long-term solution, and that was money dedicated for that. And I don't think that the current RFP that Director Portney was speaking of is the only expenses that will lead us to a long-term solution. I'd like for that to be kept whole because it has great purpose for solving these problems. And I don't think you need to come back to the Board of Supervisors when you find that $20,000 because you have the ability to pay that bill without having to come back to us. So that would be my direction that I ask. As far as going to the ARPA committee, I mean, eventually the Board of Supervisors does make the decision on it. So while it may have skipped the process, the emergency skipped many processes as well. So I'm okay with us making the final decision because eventually we are the final decision on that. But I just, I think it's possible to figure out a different way to make sure that the ARPA funds that have been dedicated and already pre-approved for that long-term solution and that we don't lose it once we get reimbursed. That way we just make sure that things move forward.
Stephen?
I do understand what you're talking about with ARPA, but then you're saying it's a general fund expense, which in all intents and purposes, it's not. Now, public health does have funding that can be used for this, and it's called realignment. It is not in great abundance, but that would keep it within the department for if it ever gets reimbursed through the claiming for through the state or feds. I have not heard of any successful claims for this fire yet. We were just declared, so we would have to talk with disaster finance first. But if we did use ARPA now and we did also claim it, we wouldn't be able to claim it in the first place if we used ARPA now. So there wouldn't be the doubling up. It just would either not happen or we use a different source and then try to be reimbursed.
Stephen, how likely is the refund to take place, if that makes sense? Like you're saying if we get refunded, is that like a chance that may not happen?
I would have to talk to disaster finance, but it depends on our expense level on whether it will or not.
Okay.
How much we submit. And we don't have a large expense at this point.
Just a question then for the ARPA committee people. I guess I'm not clear on what the original 200K set aside was for, if it was to fix LEMSA or EMCC. Last I heard, we were not even fielding active ideas on that. So if the idea is to keep the 200K whole because we have a really good idea what we're going to do with that, last I heard we don't. And even this, if we're quibbling over 20K and getting letters about that, you know, I'm not entirely hopeful that that ARPA set aside is going to come to fruition absent some information I don't have right now. So if we want to keep that ARPA nest egg whole at 200K, certainly open to that discussion. But I'm also, you know, I got on this board to pay some bills, and I'd like to pay the bill today. So I'll defer to the people who had the original vision.
Go ahead.
And I'll just add that there has been an RFP. At this moment in time, it's on hold, but there is the potential for a contract coming to the Board of Supervisors to review some of our policies, internal policies, in regards to ambulance ordinance and IFTs and other things. Mainly, I want to say LEMSA stuff, even though that gets really complicated with North Coast EMS, but things in regards to our policies on how we go through these processes. And so that, I don't know what the exact amount because it hasn't come to the board yet, but I also know that, and I got a nod from Director Portney when I stated that it would probably not be the only one that we need to get to in order to have those long-term solutions. So that's why I'm looking to keep it whole because of that. And of course, the ARPA funds, I think we should not hesitate to try and get reimbursements, but if we do, then we're just going to have to give it back anyways if we use ARPA funds. I think any emergency, that's been kind of our practice, is to send out whatever it is. I forget what the actual number of the form is that we're all supposed to fill out when we work on an emergency. 214 or 215, but we're supposed to keep track of everything in order to attempt to get a refund or reimbursement, and there's never a promise that we're going to get a reimbursement. And once we do, though, then we go ahead and give it back to the appropriate departments and then are able to move on. So I think that we should not hesitate to try and get a reimbursement on anything and everything. And if we don't, we don't. But if we do, then I'd like to keep that fund rather than having to give it right back.
Jonathan?
Yeah, just a closing comment. Even if we pay this expense of $20K out of ARPA funding, we're still going to have enough per the contract that is tabled or pending to cover those expenses. My initial statement was if we have a series of events like this into 2024, then that money is going to be exhausted. We may not, right? So we're good right now financially with ARPA, with doing both of these things. And yes, Supervisor Board Chair Pyska, we will look at all possible aspects of reimbursement, and I'll close with this. Unless there's any questions, I think you will be thrilled, and it will be our honor as a collaborative to present you with an after-action report outlining our successes, our timeline, patients transferred, steps forward, recommendations that can strengthen and build on how to use the remainder of those ARPA fundings in collaboration with all stakeholders in the county to address this need. So I just want to thank you. And from what I hear from everyone, it sounds like we're good to go and there's still enough money in the reserve. And in the future, we'll look at possible reimbursement and revenue streams in case we hit a choke point like this again. Thank you.
Stephen?
I did also want to add that the public health also has about $300,000 allocated to them for testing and vaccine sites, which was fully covered from other sources. And I have asked for the ARPA committee to meet again in March before every department submits their budget. So that 300 would have to be reallocated to something else within public health, which could be this, or to a different project. There's quite a, also, there's a bridge that was for special districts that is completely funded elsewhere, so 380,000 is going to be needing to be reallocated in our March meeting. So keep that in mind as well, if you will.
Yeah, looking for a solution here, and Michael Green said it too, I'd like to get this contractor paid. So you made a comment that there could be funding in the public health department in realignment dollars.
Correct.
You made that comment that...
Correct. For example, this year, because realignment for public health was, has been going down a little bit, they're no longer paying for jail medical, the contract. They were prior years paying $200,000 or $300,000. So they're saving that this year. That's the kind of, so it can be used for those kind of services.
So I know on the agenda item today, it asked that they would use ARPA allocation for the EMS. I guess this would be a question for Anita. Could we make that change to say we're going to use realignment dollars with the concerns brought up by other board members that, number one, we get the bill paid, but we also can recover it in that manner. And if the availability is there, always looking for a solution that would help us move it forward. So if we could do something like that, I think that would that would help the board come together and move something forward, help Jonathan Portney. Obviously, a long conversation on what we know is an important issue that needs to be addressed, but also allows the county to maybe be reimbursed, potentially, no guarantee, but then you have the opportunity anyway. So I just want to make sure I don't wander off the agenda item here, but.
The item indicates potential funding source.
Okay.
So you should be fine, sir.
And if it's under the $20,000 mark, my understanding wouldn't even have to come back if they're using realignment fees.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And appreciate the comment, and I'm in favor of moving in that direction.
I am as well. Supervisor Crandall?
It's probably a done deal, but I just want to ask this question. If there's no reimbursement, it would be basically too late to even use ARPA funds. So this is the only path to go if we're looking at reimbursement. Unless we use ARPA today, ARPA can't be used later.
To the end of 2024.
So it needs to be allocated before the end of 2024, and then we can spend it through 2026. But for this specific one, it would have to be through the end of 2024.
Okay, all right.
So it's general fund, ARPA, or the realignment within public health.
I think it was a question, though, if we did realignment today and then no other reimbursement source came up, could we then kind of reimburse the realignment dollars spent with ARPA money?
That would be a very different use, but theoretically, yes.
That's kind of the question
Because I have to claim it
I
properly
had.
and it'd be way after the fact, but it's technically possible.
The only reason I bring it up is because I remember when we funded, or on another budget item, we funded a whole different project and then ended up getting earmarks from Thompson and then put that back and then used the earmark for something else. I mean, I know it's only $20,000. I'm just asking that question and you answered.
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah, but the potential of getting $20,000 reimbursed is significant. We do see that there could be potentially more ARPA money that could be reallocated within public health from testing. So if there's an expense that comes up that would be used, that those realignment funds would be drawn upon, they could potentially be used for, covered by ARPA funds in the future if that were to come up later this year. And then we wouldn't lose
If your
the.
board
Yes.
agrees with those ARPA expenses, yes.
Right. But for me, it's just do not give up an opportunity to be reimbursed. And if something else comes up that is not a reimbursable expense, then we can look at that then. But if those funds are available there and there's a potential that we can be reimbursed, then I believe strongly that that's the way that we should go.
In that case, I can talk with Director Portney and our disaster finance and see how realistic it is and get the right paperwork there to try to submit.
Consensus
I feel there's consensus.
on this side?
You need a motion?
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, I'm prepared
Okay,
to
but
do a motion.
I was just
when we're done.
wondering if everyone was in agreement and then we can, let's do the motion. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Did we do
What?
public input?
Oh, public input. Anyone in the chambers like to speak on this item or anyone in the Zoom room? And I don't see hands and I don't see anyone coming up. So we'll bring it back to the board.
Okay, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to use realignment funds for EMS, for the Public Health Department, for EMS services to pay Mike Marsh EMS consulting contract in the amount of $20,000. That should cover it? All right, excellent.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today and working on this difficult issue. I'm glad we could find some resolution and move forward. So we've done that one. So 7.5?
Yep.
Okay, we're at 7.5. Sitting as the Board of Directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, consideration of the purchase agreement with Eric Seeley for property within the Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project in the amount of $1,206,900 and authorize the Chair of the Board of Directors to sign the agreement. And this is with Water Resources, and there she is.
Hello
again, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, sitting as the Board of Directors of the Lake County Watershed Protection District. I am bringing forward the approval of a purchase agreement for the acquisition of a parcel located within the Middle Creek Restoration Project. So just as a refresher, similar to the other parcels and purchase agreements that the Board of Directors has seen in the past few years, we are utilizing funds allocated to us by the California Department of Water Resources, their flood corridor program. We onboarded a third-party consultant appraisal services through the county purchasing ordinance. We've been working with Monument Right-of-Way. They develop the appraisal. They do the negotiations with the parcel owners. And then once we get those prepared appraisals, we then send those appraisals to the California Department of Water Resources Real Estate Branch for review, and fingers crossed, and approval, which they did approve. And then the California Department of Water Resources notifies us that the appraisal and the purchase agreement is approved on their end. And then we bring it to the Board of Directors who ultimately purchased this parcel. And that's what I have right now.
Okay. Anything from the board? Supervisor Spatier?
Just a quick thank you for bringing this to us. This is a big chunk out of the land mass that we're looking at in Middle Creek Restoration. Just a quick question so that we are all aware. How long did the state take to finalize this appraisal? Because I believe it had been done quite a bit ago.
Yeah, so the state, we find, and again, with COVID, things have been very up in the air. They take anywhere from 4 to 8, sometimes 9 months to review the appraisals. And that's through their real estate branch. The previous history that we've had with the state most recently, they were having a lot of staff, the majority of their staff working from home. So that made difficulties, especially working with original documents, having to FedEx overnight them, and then making sure that someone's actually in the California Department of Water Resources real estate office to collect those hard copies of documents.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your comment because it's just been a very slow process that has been really slowed down. Luckily, we did get that extension to continue using those funds, I believe, till 2028 now. But this is really good news to keep the progress meter running, and appreciate you bringing this to the board.
Okay, anybody else? Anyone from the public? And I don't see any hands up in the Zoom room, so I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I will motion to approve the purchase agreement with Eric Seeley for property within the Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project in the amount of $1,206,900 and authorize the Chair of the Board of Directors to sign the agreement.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Great, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we have item 4.1.
That must have been Mr. Seeley.
What's that?
That must have been the property owner.
Yeah. Okay, consideration of extra item, and B, consideration of resolution authorizing the application for the permanent local housing allocation PLHA program for the Colliers Avenue apartment project. And there she is. And he is.
Well, there he is. Well,
It's not gone yet.
Boy, I was
There's a blur on my glasses, Todd.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Todd Metcalf, Director of Behavioral Services. Thank you for allowing us to bring this to your board as an additional item, because it is a time-sensitive resolution. We are asking the Board of Supervisors for us to apply for the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program funding, PLHA. We love those acronyms. In order to pass those funds through to Rural Community Housing Development Corporation to supplement the funds that are already being utilized for the Collier Avenue housing project, which happily, I've been getting a lot of emails, it closed escrow today. So I'm very excited about that. As you see, Elise Jones, our Administrative Deputy Director, is here, and unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, she has become more of a subject matter expert on this project than I have. And so I'm going to turn this over to her to elaborate a little more about this resolution and why we are hoping to get this approved today. So Elise, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, and I'll remember to introduce myself, even though you already did, because I failed to do so twice today. But Elise Jones, thank you for again for allowing us to present this as an extra item to your board and for it being accepted as such. This, as I stated, is a resolution that was already passed in 2022. However, that previously passed resolution failed to capture the full period of funding, which is 5 years. The first 2 years of funding are dedicated to the Collier Avenue project, and the subsequent and remaining 3 years are unspoken for, although I understand there are very exciting discussions taking place. That being said, the Housing and Community Development Commission has indicated that they need this resolution to be revised in order for them to review and consider our application. And while the escrow did close today, the review of the application through HCD and the grant funds that are associated with that review are on hold, and that is problematic. So we are hoping to button that up today.
Thank you, Elise. I couldn't have said it better.
Great. Anything from the board? Supervisor Spatier?
Is there any more?
I would love to say no.
Thank you.
I will say this, not that I'm aware of. How about that?
Let's hope it's the last.
Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this item? And I am not seeing anyone in the Zoom room, and nor anyone in the chamber, so I'll bring it back to the board.
There's nothing further, Madam Chair. I offer the resolution.
Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And our last item of open session is calendars. Who is ready? Okay, go ahead.
Let's do this. One of the things we worked on last week, other than coming back here on Friday for interviews, was with Hope Rising, trying to finish up and button up their budget as we move forward, and looking forward to our conversations on our, I believe it's next Thursday, that we'll have our monthly meeting. And hopefully I can come out of that session to come back to the board with some of the next steps that Hope Rising will be taking. But I know I'm excited, and I just want to leave you guys hanging with that excitement for now. As far as tomorrow, I'll be in Lakeport most of the day with LAFCO and our Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Authority. Then have some Hope Rising, as well as I am the alternate, but still trying to stay apprised as to what's going on with the IFT meetings that will be happening on Thursday, just to listen in. And then the Clear Lake City Council meeting will also be taking place. And on Friday, it looks like the majority of my day will be dedicated to the Senior Center Meals on Wheels. And then also, if available, there is a Hope Rising meeting then as well. And I'll be going to check out the warming center as well, depending on if we decide to continue our interviews. But I don't know that.
Don't know.
Yeah. So that's my week. And on Monday, again, meeting with Hope Rising, our CAO, and preparing for our meeting on Tuesday. Do want to just advertise, it's the following week. I know we have a meeting on the 21st, but the 25th is the Clear Lake Highlands Senior Center fundraiser, where they'll be doing their annual hoedown, and I will be auctioning off some baked goods. If you haven't gotten your ticket, please contact our Clear Lake Highlands Senior Center and do so. And that's it for me.
Thanks. Are you ready?
Yeah, I guess I'll go. So I'll start with Wednesday, the RCRC meeting that I had last week. We had two very important speakers that really I was glad to have in the room. California Health and Human Services, Stephanie Welch, Deputy Secretary of Behavioral Health. And so she went through a series of like a PowerPoint and whatnot. But the real meat of everything is always the comments from different counties that we have. And so I know the Supervisor Verbant, and the reason I'm going to bring up what they say is because I supported all of them. They went in a circle, and so I had to go last. So he had stated how frustrating it is for his county when he thinks him and his colleagues are making good decisions on projects for homelessness and mental health in the community, and it's an ministerial decision and solving a problem. And then the community is irate about the fact that specific people are going to live there. And he emphasized that, and then we all emphasize the same thing, is that more education to the community would be more ideal, because a lot of times they're left with, community members are left with no information on how it's really intact. So that was brought up. Funding sources that are on hold, they were worried, and she assured that there was no hold on funding. But a lot of the questions that were asked, the statement was, I'll get back to you and I'll go back to my staff. Another situation and question was from Supervisor Townsend from Tulare County, and he was frustrated with the fact that when the homes are built in county, there isn't necessarily a lot of local control with permits and whatnot, so it ends up happening without county oversight or planning or anything like that. So that also incites, and everybody was like, yes, because it also incites the same energy as we just discussed with the other supervisors' comments. Supervisor Albal from Lassen County had stated that they don't, same thing we say a lot, they don't have enough staff to continue with the grant funding. They have grant fatigue, and a lot of times when they obtain funding a couple years later, they have to find more funding because they've lost out or they've dealt with something else in a triage manner. And so that was the crux of that discussion, basically just supported a lot of what they said. Also, California Department of Fish and Wildlife Director Chuck Bonham was there for the California Fish and Wildlife, and that was a heated discussion as well. Endangered species discussions, that was mainly permits, things of that nature. And so that was brought up by me as well. I had a statement to them about the fact that we really need their assistance when it comes to illicit cannabis. They did a presentation for us on the ad hoc cannabis committee before, and they talked about how they were going to, start initializing some sort of assistance with that. Still hasn't happened, so highlighted that to them, and then also talked about our stream beds and all of our actual tributaries and how they have a high demand to be cleared and things of that nature. So any type of streamline or any type of other way around those could really help. He mentioned a couple things, so we're supposed to meet and talk about a statement that he made about emergencies. In an emergency situation, there's work that can be conducted, and I'm like, well, our emergency situation wouldn't allow that now because there's water in the streams, so we can't pull out any of the vegetation or sediment in that case. So we'll talk more, see how that goes. And the rest of the meeting went very well. They talked about a lot of different initiatives and how a lot of legislation that wasn't passed will be reiterated this year. And I'll send the overview of the meetings to all of you and then post it. I'll also post it in my Facebook so I don't belabor this calendar situation any further. Let's see. Then South Deal, we had the South Deal meeting. I ended up having to leave a little early for another thing, so I know Supervisor Simon was there the full time. I'll let him go into detail on that. PG&E meeting, RCRC has a monthly PG&E meeting to discuss the EPSS situation. Went through a lot of that. At the same time, a lot of other counties are going through the power outages, the floods, and things of that nature. So I really highlighted the fact that we weren't happy with some of the agreements that we made that were basically used in a fact where they told us this only applies to the power safety shutoffs, power safety shutoffs. And so for me, I was letting them know that it should be all emergencies. Some of these policies they have really put us in a bad spot. If they would have used some of the power generators and grid generators, that would really help. Or let's enhance that so we can ensure that from here forward, we don't have to sit without power if we don't have to, or make those agreements or policy revisions so we could have resource centers. So that was another statement. And also making sure that if they can't do the grid, can they give us or work with us to have a generator intact so we can have some of our resource centers or areas for warming shelter to be intact as well. So that was, there was more discussed, but it was basically around EPSS and how they're working more diligently to address some of those issues where the power lines are knocked down from trees or other things of that nature. So that was the Friday. Monday, I met with, yesterday I met with Region 9 EPA Director Martha Guzman, and we basically had a recap of the Farm, Ranch, Rural Federal Advisory Committee back in January, but then also talked about our meeting in DC, went over some of the discussion that we talked about, one of them mainly being how when it comes to prescribed burning, our county is in a unique situation where we are a disadvantaged community. However, because we have a high quality of air, we can't conduct prescribed burning because of that factor. It's weird, catch-22. So, the mindset for us is like, okay, well, would you rather have worse air due to a wildfire or worse air while we do prescribed burning? So, talking about those things, I'm also having a meeting with them Thursday, another meeting with them Thursday to talk about the EPA Superfund site and some other initiatives in regards to some of the local tribes. And then Friday, I am also on what's called the ad hoc committee for that same EPA Federal Advisory Committee, Water, Energy, and Climate Nexus. So we'll be going over some policy that'll either take place this June or next year. So yeah, there was like 10 different ad hoc committees you can join. I put this one on because it had a lot more to do with our situation. And there's a couple others, but this one really fits us a lot more. So with that, that's basically what I did this next week. Where's that? Okay, this week. Tomorrow I go to Sacramento. I'm testifying before the Senate Government and Finance Committee, bridging the gap for local government infrastructure. And so with the assistance of Director Ewing, Administrator Harder, and Director De Leon, I'm going to prepare to talk in front of this group about our struggles with infrastructure and how we can bridge the gap for the state to ensure we can either get funding or streamlines or something along those measures to ensure we can get things done. So that'll be one of them. I may make the EPA testify. They asked me to do something like that at their building, but it overlaps, so I don't think I'm going to, because then I have to come back, meet with some folks in Clear Lake Oaks, and then Worth on Wednesday night. Thursday is the EPA visit that I mentioned. Friday is the ad hoc committee, and Monday I have something, but be back here Tuesday for the Board of Supervisors meeting. And then we have the special meeting Friday, right? Yeah, 1 o'clock. So I didn't put that on there, but I'll make sure I'm here for that too.
Who's writing down here?
Or ready. That's a relative term. I do have IFT on my calendar for Thursday. I don't know if I've seen an agenda yet. I also have COC on there for some reason. I don't know if that is a regularly scheduled meeting or if I had just misplaced that. But I guess I'll figure that out. Friday, meeting with City Manager Ingram from the City of Lakeport. We're going to be starting to meet monthly over breakfast because breakfast is a good place to meet, and excited about that. Nothing firm on my calendar. I do hope to get out to Highland Springs tomorrow, a tour again, kind of where we're at, especially after today's storm. And again, I want to be super, super thankful to Director De Leon and all the staff that have been kind of fielding not just the disasters around the county, but also some questions about that. I am getting some inquiries on that. I haven't had the chance to speak with Director De Leon specifically on this, but I imagine we'll be edging toward some partial reopening or some stage stuff. There's still some very hazardous areas in there, but I'm assuming we're, with this worst of the worst right now behind us, we'll probably be trending toward getting that open sooner than later. And I think that's all I got. Fairly light. Oh, Friday, did get a request from CAO Stevens from Sutter Lakeside. I do expect I'll be scheduling a meeting on Friday, so thank you.
Okay, meetings for this week. I have LAFCO tomorrow here in Lakeport, also abandoned vehicle abatement. Did get a request from Senator McGuire for a Thursday night dinner, so you're going, I'll be there too. On Friday morning, have Workforce Alliance in North Bay, and just confirming whether, well, it'll be confirmed later, whether or not we have a special meeting. So if we don't, I will just travel to Napa from the south end of the county to be at the Workforce Alliance in North Bay. If we do, then I will let them know I'm doing it in the conference room. So we'll have that figured out later on. So on Monday, the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority, we meet here. We got to have a quorum in-house. That'll be our first one. It's going to be a challenge, but we will work through it. You know, I'm very clear about my Zoom skills. So we'll move forward with that. I did just want to talk a little bit about the South Deal Committee meeting. Not only we get updates on the projects as we move forward, I think the scheduling of the Canocti Corridor project will be in June, I think, is when they're ribbon cutting or something. It's been moving around a couple months, but I think June is the month it's going to happen. So I know Caltrans will reach out, you know, as that process goes through. But also wanted to talk, you know, constantly every month. I know there's projects all around the county. I know Supervisor Crandall asked about some of the work done by Blue Lakes, and I think you had dropped off right before, but they did say there will not be no road closures. We'll have to use the backside. It'll be a one lane. They'll have traffic, but it won't be no complete closures. So I know you asked that question. I just want to let you know that. The other thing too, always with South Deal Committee, making sure that the Clean California program, that Middletown, I know that our AVA program, our Marcus Beltramo has reached out about amnesty days, RVs, if there's any opportunities, those conversations are still happening as programs are trying to be developed. And then, you know, as they move forward, I took an opportunity too. We just had spoke about the North Shore Fire Crew. Told them, you know, if there's any partnership opportunities with Chief Ciancio, that would reach out to see if we get any contact with them, if they could do any contracting or anything, because we want to make sure that's working together in collaboration with all the agencies. So I brought that up, and they said they were open to the conversation, so I'll follow up on that. You know, and then ultimately, like I said, just smaller projects, most of them down south. One of the big ones that keeps coming up is Coyote Grade. If you go down on the South County, keeps slipping out. They're doing work. They're trying to get it going right. One lane is currently closed, but they're constantly working with the contractor to keep that updated. So, you know, I think that is most of them. I know there were some other phone calls and follow-ups. I did follow up with the public comment, Greta, Backyards Gardens. I'll do it again this week, just keep her, and I know she's really interested. South County, you know, past the ranchery, even the ranchery, we're very interested in getting as much broadband service out there as possible, you know, because it's real challenging, so I'll continue to keep her updated. I did let her know that we have positioned ourselves. We have signed contracts for consultants to be in position to get those funds brought into Lake County, so I'll just continue to try and bring that information.
All right, is that it?
I think so. I don't think I missed it.
Okay. One of the things that I had to do last week is go out with Water Resources and Code Enforcement and look at the blockages in Coal Creek, which is causing flooding on Clark Drive. And you know, it continues to be a really difficult situation to have all those trees and blockages in the creek, and then the snow breakage, it just, you know, made it that much worse. Unfortunately, because of how much flooding there was, and this is before it started raining, we weren't able to do any emergency work because there was just no way to get equipment there. But last night, I got some videos sent to me above where those blockages are by my planning commissioner, that hitch were sighted in the creek, and she called out Big Valley, and they counted 1,000 hitch above that blockage. So that's really exciting, that they somehow made it through there, and that they hadn't yet spawned, but the run has begun. So that's very exciting. Tomorrow, agenda review. And then I got a call from our good friend Trevor Mockel, who now works for the city of Ukiah. So he has something he needs to check in on, and I miss that guy, so I'm excited. A bi-weekly meeting on home hardening. And then Thursday, the law library meeting, dinner with Senator McGuire, then the Cobb Area Council in the evening. Friday, we have the Workforce Alliance Governing Board meeting. Our special board meeting, if it happens at the same time, I also have our bi-weekly staff hazard tree meeting with the Canocti Fire Safe Council. And then Monday, CAO meeting, benefit assessment zone meeting, and then risk reduction authority. So I will be here Monday afternoon. And that is what I've got. So we have completed all of our open session items. We're going to be moving into closed session now. We have 5 items. 8.1, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, interviews for interim behavioral health director, appointment of interim health director. 8.2, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, interviews for county council, appointment of county council. 8.3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, D1, City of Clear Lake v. Testate and Intestate, successors of Bailey Lumber Company et al. 8.4, public employee evaluation from the county librarian. 8.5, public employee evaluation, county council. Thanks so much for joining us. And that's it. Okay, we're coming out of closed session. Did we have any action?
Yes, we do have action, Madam Chair. We have 2 items. First item is I would like to move to appoint ACAO Stephen Carter as interim behavioral health director, subject to approval of California Department of Healthcare Services, effective March 18th, 2023, at his existing salary.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
I have a second motion too. I move to appoint Lloyd Guintavano to County Council effective March 25th at step 1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.